Welcome, dirty peasants, to Wartwood Gazette, the Amphibia podcast. This is episode 56, and we are covering Amphibia Season 3, Episode 18, The Hardest Thing, the finale. I'm your host, Thematicon, and joining me today we have Nick.
Hey guys.
Pickle.
Hey.
Sunsfury.
Hello.
PrincessCthulu.
What is up, everyone?
And Pixels. Okay, we are now recording. We have just watched The Hardest Thing about 2 hours ago, and whoever's in the chat right now, I'll cue you in. You guys have to have up to 3 minutes just to vent or let gush about The Hardest Thing. First up, we have Pixels. Whenever you're ready, you can share your thoughts.
Okay. The Hardest Thing has to be probably one of the best finales I've seen in all animation. The pacing of everything was really well done. But I like to talk about the ending, the time skip. The time skip was probably one of the best time skips I've ever seen, because everything just put tears in my eyes. And I don't know, it's just like everything, like everyone grew up 10 years older. Hop Pop is 78, Polly is 20, and or close to 20. Just everything is just. This show is probably one of my favorite shows of all time now. From this, going back to season 1, like episode 1, and going back to this now. This is probably one of the best shows ever. Amphibia has been like the underdog of animation as it was like airing the early episodes of season 1, but as the fan base got bigger and bigger, it just became more popular. And Matt, probably if you're hearing this from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you so much for this masterpiece of a show.
Thank you, Pickle. Up next, we have Lemur. Whenever you're ready.
The Hardest Thing is, in my opinion, one of the most cathartic and emotionally heavy episodes that I've seen in a long time. It's definitely not perfect, because I feel like the first half is a little too fast paced in my liking. But everything else is absolutely perfect. The stakes have never been first half have the stakes, the action, and the emotion. It's very animation in particular in the first half was ridiculously good. But that second half of the episode is just peak Amphibia. It's the greatest 20. It's the greatest half. It's the greatest second half of the show that I've ever seen. The emotions are high, and like the end game, the conclusions to all of the character arcs have finally been realized. Andreas in particular was amazing in this episode, and yeah, mirroring what Pixel says, that ending definitely, again, it's so vindicating yet so bittersweet. Seeing the planter family actually being separated, never seeing each other again, and yet moving on with their own duties and stuff. It's perfect. The girls going their separate ways, finding their own friends, finding their own lives, and going back together to reunite after 10 years. It's perfect. Like, it's all I gotta say is that the hardest thing is the perfect finale. The perfect finale to a wonderful show. And I just want to say thank you to the Amphibia crew, and especially Matt Brawley, for bringing in such a delightful, wonderful show. Yeah, the hardest thing is it's the perfect ending.
Thank you, Lemur. Up next, we have Nick. Whenever you're ready.
I mean, honestly, I don't have too much to say right now because I'm like still collecting all my thoughts. But like, damn, I mean, yeah, I'm just really happy with just how well this finale went because I know like with lots of shows you can't always like we don't always have that pleasure of things just ending so damn well, making this entire journey feel so worth it. But it's amazing that we have it here, and just it was done in such a perfect but painful way, and like I'm still taking it all in because it just like I love the choices they made for this episode, and I will always respect that. But damn, this is one of the hardest finales I ever had to swallow down and just accept. Like it just hurts. Like it hurts, and I love it. And yeah, I just don't know what to say. Like it's the perfect way this show could have ever ended. And I'm just satisfied with that. Like I don't think I can ask for anything else from this episode. Really, it did exactly everything it needed to do. Yeah, that's all I got.
Thank you, Nick. Up next, we have Impact. Whenever you're ready.
So the hardest thing was great because I think it's very different from the rest of the other finales we've had in Amphibia. The first half is still very much action packed and crazy. I love that we got to see the three girls finally have their calamity powers again. That scene was just super fun, and somehow when they get full power, they have different clothes, very anime. So in completely different designs. So that was fun. That whole sequence is just great. You can tell the crew is just having a blast with it because the girls haven't really, besides Anne, haven't really been able to use their calamity powers at all. It's very short amount of time, which I like because it makes it so that now Anne still having her powers feels very special to her, even if Sasha and Marcy got their shot. The whole attacking the moon thing was great. The core didn't, wasn't really much of a thing, but the one thing I will say, I love Andreas's scene, where he mimics what Anne said to Sasha, like something I should have done a long time ago, standing up to you. I love that. That was great. That whole scene was so cathartic and already kind of shows the parallels that Andreas and the core had with Sasha and with Anne and Sasha, right? So that was great. The time skip, yes, just yes, it was great too. This episode was just a lot slower near the second half, and I really like that. Amphibia doesn't do that too much, where it just kind of chills out, lets you feel everything, and I love that we got a finale for that. Every finale in Amphibia kind of just tosses a bunch of things at you, maybe gives you a little bit of time, but yeah, this episode was great. I really, really enjoyed it. So yeah, I love the hardest thing. It definitely felt like um it felt very emotional to me. It's the first time I think I've really not the first time, but I definitely I shed a tear during this. Amphibia means a lot to me. That's it.
Thank you, Impact. Up next, we have Pickle. Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Still haven't processed it fully. I do have to say, what? Like, Anne literally just died. Like, she's been cloned and has an exact copy of herself, but they did pretty clearly say she's dead. I feel like it's always so weird when that sort of thing happens, like in my brain, to try to comprehend how someone can be dead, like permanently dead, like they're just gone. But since there's an exact copy of them to everyone else and like the rest of the world, they're not dead. But Anne is like dead. And sorry, that's kind of like a weird ass ramble, but I had to get out of my system. I don't know, sort of a small thing, but I'm glad they confirmed Sasha was bisexual. It was just, she gave me those kind of vibes, and I think it's cool. It's canon, even if it's not super relevant to anything. Like, it was never like a part of the plot or anything. And oh, I'm gonna send in the chat, but the like Mindscape thing, they literally just in Anne's room. There's literally just a picture of it hanging on her wall. If you guys can see that, which it's pretty funny. And what else? Oh, okay, yeah. I like that they had Anne, Sasha, and Marcy move on from each other to an extent. Like, this show is all about change, and everyone knows that in a realistic world, most people, I mean, they may or may not stay in touch with their childhood best friends, but most people don't continue to be best friends with only those people for the rest of their lives. And I'm glad that they had them be like, oh yeah, we kind of were in different circles, but they still like clearly loved each other. Super happy to see each other. And thank God they had Marcy move. I was really, really hoping and praying that they'd have that be the closure to her arc. And I think that's about everything I have to say.
All right, thank you, Pickle. Up next, we have Styx. Whenever you're ready.
Oh, I'm not ready, but I'm still gonna do this. Oh my god. There is so much I want to say in so little time. I'm just so thankful that I got the chance to see this show as it aired in real time. I'm so thankful to Matt and the crew and everyone else that made this show possible. I absolutely adore that Anne ended up becoming a herpetologist or a scientist that studies lizards and amphibians. It just completely comes full circle, like from back when she was like pre-amphibia, disgusted by frogs, and now she's made a career out of them, her career based on them. And Sasha becoming a child psychiatrist, counselor, that's just so good too. I I really like this ending. I like how there are so many like spaces left up to the imagination to fill, because I really think that um, everyone, the fandom, is really going to have a lot of fun thinking about those moments. And I just want to say that it's not perfect ending, because there are no perfect endings in general, but I think this is the closest thing to it. The hardest thing is just something that will never leave my mind ever.
Thank you, Styx. And I guess that just leaves me for tonight. And let me get my timer up. Okay, so the hardest thing was just like a spectacular finale, and yeah, that first half with how quickly I think it was the first 12 minutes they kind of wrapped up everything involving the core, everything with the moon, and I would understand if you wanted more of that. I get it. I just think what we got after that was just like completely justified what they chose to prioritize. And like the prophecy stuff has always been like in the background, and then like once in a while it like comes to the surface, and then it goes back down, and then for a couple episodes comes back up again. So it kind of felt right for it to like come back up, address everything, and then kind of everything involving the core kind of just like is resolved. to focus on Anne. And yeah, so she met like the Stones has a deity. That's interesting, and offers Anne the chance to become a god, I guess, after showing her like crumble to dust. And that was insane before the first like commercial break. Yeah, all the stuff with Sprig and that was hard to watch, but and then those goodbyes, I love how Marcy points out that she didn't really get to know like Olivia and Yunnan, which was like I think kind of like is an important part of what happened to her in Amphibia and what she went through. And like Sasha didn't see Percy and Braddock, and they didn't get to meet again. I think that makes that part of their stories, their like inability to connect with those people, like plays a big role. And then we got like the planner goodbye, and that was hard to watch, and but it had to happen. Like ever since 2019, it's like you prepare for this, and then it happens, and it still feels kind of surprising. And yeah, and just everything with that flashback, not flashback, the flash forward, and seeing grown up Polly, like all that stuff, especially recreating like the very first scene with Wally. It's all great stuff. And I guess my final thought is maybe Sprig's red bandana is the one he got from Typhoon. I don't know. Anything's possible. And yeah, those are my thoughts. And I guess at the time of recording, like if you're listening to this, I'll cut immediately back to our episode discussion, and see you guys then. We're just going to get right into the episode, and well, I'm splitting everything up by, I guess, first hour we'll talk about the final act against the core. Second act will be the goodbyes. Third part will be the epilogue. But just again to the episode, the credits, directed by Roxanne Cole and Joe Johnson, written by Todd McClintock and Adam Colas, and storyboards by Drew Applegate, Elysia Rocha, Silver Paul, and Alex Swanson. So this episode starts off immediately after All In. I guess. So right while the credits are like right when the episode credits are happening, like the core immediately has launched itself into space onto the moon while our characters were like announcing Andrius's defeat to the resistance. And I guess the travel time for everything in Amphibia, including space, has shortened a lot, which is just a minor nitpick, but I just think it's interesting how I guess, does anyone want to?
I will say, just in general, the moon in Amphibia seems a lot smaller than our moon.
Yeah,
I think
So it's like a lot smaller, and I guess like in a lot lower orbit. So maybe that's why. It is like a very sudden just they're on the moon now.
and
I mean,
I think
I'm
like if
willing to
you
give
look
this
at later, it looks like the planet's a lot smaller than our planet, and just in general, there's It seems like the whole thing is a lot smaller than ours.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I just told myself like advanced. Like I was like, oh wow, that's fast. But then I just told myself like advanced, like utopian technology or something.
I'm kind of the I'm kind of like suspicious of maybe this originally being a 44-minute episode, like All In was. Just because this whole first bit did feel like it was paced a little oddly.
Like 30 seconds in, we get the core activating the moon. Like the first 30 seconds, which is like,
Yeah.
Yeah, the episode does not start chill.
No,
I think it would work best if we just watched All In, the Hardest Thing back to back, like a full finale in itself.
yeah, I think I think if you see them one after another, it probably flows a lot better. Side note, I think if you watch it without ads, I bet it flows a lot better too.
Yeah.
It feels like it's a Disney TV movie to me. Like the whole thing, just watch it together.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still do
absolutely.
that thing. Yeah, because I feel like I guess it wasn't like really a problem to me because I was just focused. I feel like I was just so focused and gung ho on the second half that like I guess I wasn't too invested in how they. I mean, I always imagined the whole moon stuff would be something that like the hardest thing would quickly fix up, which it kind of did. So I guess that's why like for me, I thought the pacing was pretty fine.
Yeah, I absolutely did not want them to spend more time on the moon stuff than they had to. Like if they had to cut if they had to cut time from a part of this episode, this was the part of the episode to cut it from.
Yeah.
Like without a doubt.
yeah, probably. And I guess I could say the same about whatever happens in the next act, like part of this act as well, but yeah, the core not the core. Andreas mentions like that this is pretty much like a fail safe. The moon was like the core is like basically its lab to do whatever experiments it wanted, and now it's we get that really nice explanation with how do I describe this? Like the flow between Andreas explaining what the core is doing, Marcy explaining its motivations for doing it, and then Sasha kind of just recaps it for us in like the simplest way.
Yeah, no, I thought that was totally awesome because that's totally how I
it was
saw that.
really
click on your
interesting
lap.
to see this dynamic with just everyone.
Yeah, and it's really nice to see like the fact that Marcy just gets it, and
Yeah.
it all flows well within like character to character. I like it.
Yeah, no, I think I really like a lot of what this and this is like my least favorite part of the episode, and I still love so much of what it gives us.
Yeah, and then
Yeah,
oh, go ahead, Nick.
I mean, nah. I mean, I was just gonna say, I don't know. I just really love this small scene right here because it just shows how like truly like pathetic and petty the core is. I mean, it's like I don't know. It talks about like I don't know, just I guess like making Amphibia amazing and stuff. And just I don't know. I just love the fact that as soon as it's not in charge of Amphibia anymore, it just wants to get rid of it. Like it's like, if I can't run Amphibia, then you guys can't. I don't
Yeah.
know. I just love that about the core.
It's
Like
knocking
one
over the
last
table.
petty attack.
Don't you just love villains throwing hissy fits?
Yeah, it really. I love it. It works. It always works well with the kind of like egotistical, maniacal type villain that Darcy and so
Oh
many
yeah.
others are. But it's just like at the end, they finally just lose it when they've lost, and they're just like, "No, I won't let it happen."
Yeah, that's just why I love Sasha calling them a sore loser because that's exactly what they are.
They
Like
are.
they talk about Amphibia's greatness, they talk about it having birthrights, they talk about excellency, all of that. It has this, and then it just says fucking. Then it just says fucking Amphibia if I can't run it. And I just love that because, like you said, Pickle, it's always awesome to see arrogant villains just thrown off like their height of confidence. Like it's always amazing to see that.
Really demonstrates how pathetic the core, like the people who made the core and the people that the core kind of represent in the themes of the show really are.
Yeah.
It also kind of makes you think like, what kind of person is like, or what kind of group of people would make a super weapon to turn on themselves? In worst case, just like if I lose, I'm just gonna kill us all type weapon. That was basically what the moon was.
I mean, the kind of people willing to, do everything that we've seen them do. Who value this endless expansion and superiority over everything else.
Like it just shows you how much it lost its way. Like it's completely detached from the city at this point. Like it's
Yeah.
only focusing on this one single goal they established like thousands of years ago. Yeah, I mean, it's just the fact that part of its plans was literally destroy Amphibia. Like that was like that's insane. Like literally, they made that a potential plan they had to do, and it just shows you just how broken off they are from this world.
If Amphibia isn't serving the purpose that they want it to, it doesn't deserve to exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then at this moment, that's when Mother Olm kind of shows up and kind of starts bringing up the prophecy stuff again. And I like how Marcy is just like not in the loop about all of this, but is super excited about it. And yeah, it's pretty much their plan to like stop the core. And Mother Olm kind of brings up the like caveat that the prophecy didn't say that they would succeed. It's just that they would have to choose whether or not to actually help out or not. But seeing how this is the end of the series, like, of course they would.
I like how she phrased it. It's like the prophecy is more of an begging for help thing.
Also, gotta appreciate Marcy when saying Mother on. Who is this now?
It's so fun.
So exciting.
He's like, oh, she's catching up on all the crazy stuff that she missed out on.
Yeah. And
it's too bad Marcy had to be gone for all the like anime hijinks. Almost all of them.
Almost all.
At least she was part of the temple quest. So it's like she got the temple quest, and then Sasha got I guess a little bit of this like mystic quest.
I don't know how much she liked the Mother of Olm's quest.
Yeah, we saw
call
that.
Payback.
But it's kind of like when Mother Olm mentions it's like that the prophecy was like begging for help. It kind of brings me back to how the temples were kind of like the ability to like walk out, and how it's like I know PC kind of disagreed in this regard, where it's like
right,
kind of like how like in a sympathetic manner, but I do think it's kind of fitting that Marcy was the one in charge of kind of undoing the prophecy because she was with Andreas, and it's kind of fitting.
It was a lot easier.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, like yeah, I just thought like how Marcy didn't want the journey to end, but like Andrew set her up on a quest to actually make it end in a way.
Yeah.
I guess she was under the impression that she was just allowing Andreas to take them to more worlds. Woohoo!
Yeah, and then they head up to everyone heads up to the tower to like put to give Sasha and Marcy their gem powers back, and Mother Olm has like a private conversation with Anne, and she forgot to tell Anne about the secret spell that could just that would allow Anne to do whatever she needed to do at a price, and we'll find, like, we see it happens later, but
I mean, Mother Olm tells us the price straight up. She tells Anne the price is the life.
yeah, and Anne is. I think Anne is like. I hate how Anne has like no hesitation about doing what's necessary because that's Anne, but
Feels in
It was-
character, but it's still like ouch.
Mm.
Yeah,
And I,
I mean, just
and I like the
like
how do I like the how to activate it. All you need to do is ask, because that's fun in retrospect when we find out exactly why it might be that way.
yeah, for sure.
yeah.
And she heads over to the tower or to the castle, and Valeriana's back.
Finally.
That lasted that one
I know.
scene.
Yeah, we spent. Oh, go ahead, Tom.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, one episode a season. That's Valeriana's quota.
Like, yeah, I won't like. I was on the edge of my seat in season 3 because I was just like, just waiting and waiting for them to show up. Like, I know it kept on making theories for what potential episode they could pop in, and like, yeah, finally they're finally here. They just show up just like that. Like, there's no foreshadowing. There's nothing to give us a hint at their appearance. They just show up, and I guess that's sort of been their MO, right? Like this whole series long, they just pop up anytime they're really needed.
I'm surprised she wasn't out to lunch or something.
Yeah, I would have. I was really hoping like we get one more joke about that, but yeah, no, that was just ready to go.
Yeah, and yeah, she shows up and she's kind of like she kind of like runs the process again, same way she did back in like the second temple, and I like how they have to think about their connection to Amphibia to help do this process, which is a nice moment since they are like
Yeah.
the champions of this world.
It was pretty
Oh,
easy.
I just want.
I expected them to have to do some kind of like not super important, but like kind of to fill up the time and make it like seem like they've gotta gain their powers back. They gotta earn it. But no, it's just kind of like zap, you're done now. I don't know. I don't feel like it took anything away from the show by doing that, but I definitely didn't expect them to just be done with it so quickly.
Ooh, one thing I do like in that moment when we do the pan across of all the 3 girls is that behind them are all the various characters that relate to their journey. At least the ones that are present right now, as we see them thinking about what ties them to Amphibia, which I think is a really awesome like cinematography way to do that all.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think
that's
for
true. Yeah,
Marcy,
I should have paid more attention. Why didn't I? Why was I not paying attention to that? Like, I was so focused. I was so hyped for the scene. I didn't even notice that. Now I feel like an idiot.
yeah, like when it circles, that shot circles around them, you see like Planner's Grime, like in their like in the correct order, which is nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the gems get recharged, the roof gets, not the roof, all the windows like shatter, and the girls all get their calamity forms, and
And then Sasha kills the roof.
yeah. And yeah, these designs are like they kind of match what we saw back in
Yeah,
Hometown
that
Road.
mural.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I was right about which side which girl was on.
Yeah, because I think people were saying like maybe like the horned one was Marcy, but Yeah, it was Sasha. The
Nah.
ponytail came
It's
back.
kind of a silly little petty thing to be annoyed about, but I kept on seeing people redraw the frame or the like
Oh,
model
yeah.
of like the girl's sides reversed. It was just ticking me off so much.
Oh no, I totally get you. Like it's such a small thing, and that doesn't really matter. But for some reason, I was like, "No, you idiot! Sasha has the ponytail. What do you think?" Like, it made me so mad to see Marcy just drawn with like what, like the rhinoceros horn or crown? Don't know what to call that, but yeah, no, that's totally get what you mean.
Yeah, and is there much we can talk about for like Sasha and, well, I guess all the girls in general? Just like Sasha, like Anne and Marcy's look kind of similar, and then like Sasha's just like spikes everywhere.
Okay, so I will say, and I didn't want to brag too much. When I was drawing, like, remember that level 1 through level 100 thing I did ages ago
I don't remember.
of the
You
Sorry.
girls?
submitted
I
It
think
was a
so.
long time ago. Sasha almost kind of looked like mine, so I'm gonna take a partial dub on that one.
More bragging rights.
Nah, I mean, yeah, Sasha's design wasn't really based off of her clothes or really much of anything, to be honest. It was just kind of, it was very Sasha. Like, it looked like something Sasha would wear. So there's that.
Yeah, like
I'm
Sasha's
just
like
showing she would
90s
go over
character.
all the spikes.
Yeah, Sasha looked like a 90s character, and then I guess Marcy would be. Well, Marcy and Anne, they kind of look similar. Oh, but I do like how Anne's design has like leaf knee guards.
and she's kind of got like a crown thing going on, more so than the other two crown type thingies.
Yeah, and even though like Sasha's looks like the most like flamey-ish, even though like Anne, we saw her hair kind of like become like a torch basically.
Yeah, a little bit.
So yeah, they
Is Marcy the only one who didn't really get any special hair theme?
yeah, I
Yeah,
think
I
she
mean,
didn't get anything,
Oh.
which is
I mean,
unfortunate.
I don't know. At least it looks cool.
Well, she
I
has a
mean, does
little
she have
clip
like
now. She has
She
a
I think
does
hair
have,
clip.
like a.
she does have a little golden hair clip.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Oh, yeah, I like the hair clip.
I'm glad that stayed.
Anne's very clearly got like an earth leafy nature theme, and then Sasha's more fire, although mostly it's just spikes.
It's mostly just spikes.
We'll say that this is like having this moment is just super worth it. Like I know this is like, I guess, borderline fan service, but like I mean, come on, we've been waiting like
It's
since
not
forever
borderline.
to
It's not
have this.
borderline.
I don't know. I
This
think
was
people get too stressed about fan service. It's a good thing when your fans are enjoying what you're creating.
Yeah.
Why should you be so upset about making something that the fans are like, yes, I wanted to see this?
Yeah, fan service is not a bad thing, but this definitely was, and this entire segment was almost entirely fan service.
I guess just for me, it just felt earned because like in a way the show
Yeah.
was building up to this point, right? Like I don't know. That's why I feel like I guess like this whole segment, this whole thing, it didn't have that much, I guess, nuance or like fluff to it. But like I don't know, it was really awesome because I was waiting for this moment since the beginning of the series. Like the show was building up to something like this because this is less of anything deep and more like just like a sort of like a sort of celebration of them achieving their best selves. Like this is, I mean, that's what the super forms are tied to anyway. Like this is what this moment was supposed to be, and yeah, it's awesome to have it.
Yeah, it was just very fun to see.
Yeah, and then they immediately like zoom off into space with that Powerpuff Girls looking streak of light and take on the core, and the core just like opens up some sort of hangar on the moon, and then you see all these like random creatures just pour out.
Presumably all the experiments.
Yeah, and
Yeah, there are like robot versions of animals and stuff. I like it.
Yeah, with this, I loved the weird robot monsters.
yeah, they all just like. So are they confirmed to be just all a bunch of robots? Because I thought like when I saw the promo, I thought like some of these would be like creatures from other worlds that the core has like tampered with. But yeah, it looks like they're all like machinery.
There might be
There's,
some animal bits in there somewhere, Andrea style.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just, it still blows my mind that like, I don't know, just the moon. Like, the moon had this much danger and lore to it. Like, it wasn't just the show's way to make really cool shots. Like, no, like, holy shit. Like, it definitely gives scenes with the moon in the background like a different feeling, doesn't it? Like, it's
God, it
just
does
knowing
though. It
it's awesome.
makes the
Especially in
moon.
the like season 1 poster, it's just like very large and there, and now we know why there was so much focus on it.
No, I thought the moon was like such like a calming thing, like like something that's always in the Amphibia, just like very soothing. And then no, turns out it's been watching us the whole time.
Ugh, yeah.
Nightmarish.
I feel like that's something that could be explored in like post canon stuff, or like even spin-offs, or just mad interviews, like what else was going on with the moon, what sort of, because he said that Andreas was like, oh yeah, one of the many experiments was that it was also a failsafe. But I mean, you gotta think, is it some kind of surveillance thing because it's the moon and has so many eyes, and there's
Yeah,
like other experiments, we see all the creatures.
maybe
Yeah.
like it was like maybe like at some point maybe they were like trying to make it a doomsday weapon where they just portal the whole moon to a different dimension in case like the defenders of that planet were causing them too much trouble.
Or like it was like a giant like satellite to spy on people, but then after the box was taken, it's just pretty much everything became so low tech that there's like really no point in like searching for electrical signals. I don't know. But
Yeah,
No. I feel like it's just like, yeah, what I just love about, like, I don't know, just the core having, I don't it's really weird. Like, it's really weird to talk about. Like, the core, like, what, thousands of years ago, went over to the moon and just, like, turned into like, that's wild. But, like, what I do like is that it just opens up the question of, like, are there more, like, past ideas or things that we don't know about that the core did? Like, I feel like, they still have, like, a whole closet full of skeletons that we need to, like, dig through.
like are there more secret fail safes of the core?
Yeah, like something like that, or just like, I don't know, like more like sci-fi horror abominations. I don't know, like literally anything else. Because I feel like the core just has like such a long line of history in Amphibian, right? Like the fact, like the freaking moon. Like, I feel like if the moon itself was taken over and turned into that, like, just imagine what else they did during their time in Amphibia. Like, yeah, like I could see that just being just leading to like a large amount of spin-offs itself right there.
yeah, like it's like even the moon wasn't out of like other dimensions weren't out of reach for the core. So then like kind of like looking back at that, it's like okay, yeah, so it would make sense for the moon for the core's influence to reach space as well in this world. And I know
Sorry.
oh I know Amphibia was like kind of treated like its paradise, so maybe they didn't try to mess with their own world too much, but you never know. There could be stuff like lurking in other parts of Amphibia or even other continents.
Yeah. Ooh.
I mean,
It
I
just
did bring that up.
Yeah. I think one of the things about the moon being what it is it in a weird way it feels violating of Amphibia, like the place.
Yeah.
Like you've taken like this natural thing about Amphibia and turned it into a weapon.
And it's been doing that
Yeah,
as well
like
during
that's
3B with like mind controlling the animals as well.
Yeah, and that was already super fucked up, but there something about turning something as like that feels so unalterable as the moon in I don't know. There's something about it that feels like deeply violating to Amphibia in a good way. I mean, not good for Amphibia, but like good for the show.
yeah, no, but yeah, I totally get what you mean. Like it just feels like it's just another example of the core trying to play God. Like
I mean, it literally claims that it's a god later in the
yeah,
episode.
yeah, I did.
Yeah.
God, I love that, but oh man, yeah, it's just they've always felt like a sort of infestation to me, just like this unnatural being getting in the way of like, yep, everything that is natural to Amphibia. Like I mean, they're like, I feel like that there are lots of examples of that. And like one of my favorites, just back in Newts and Tights, like common like animals, we've seen them like used to like move carriages and stuff. Like they got mind controlled when like you don't even need to do that, right? Like we've seen plenty of Amphibia carriages just use them normally. So it just feels like the core is just overwriting anything as
The
I don't
core's a
know how
bit
to
of
say.
a
I just
control
feel like
freak.
yeah, like it's just yeah.
Yeah. And then the next scene, it basically, I don't want to say Amphibia becomes an anime, because we all deep down know that it kind of already was, but then it just becomes even
Yeah.
more. It becomes even more anime with like
God, I love this scene. Holy shit!
all the poses,
I love this scene.
all the poses, all the
Yeah, the
like
music.
dynamic animation and
Yeah, like the
the
dialogue. It's perfect.
yeah,
It's
and then
perfect. It's exactly what we needed.
yeah, we even got like the jazzy version of like No Big Deal and
Yes. Yes. God. Sorry. But I just love this scene so much. Like it's perfect. It's like on this podcast, I was always talking about how I want the finale to be them all powered up, flying around and kicking some ass. Like, this is exactly what I got. Like this was what I wanted, and it's amazing.
I'm fairly sure this scene is like what everybody in the fandom wanted.
Yeah. I mean, it's what I want. I wanted to see this at least once.
Yeah. Like it's God. It's just like we only got it once, but it just feels like I could just. It's just one. We only have one scene of them all powered up, kicking ass, but Christ, it's so rewatchable. Like it's just so fucking fun. Like I rewatched this scene so many times. Like God, it's only a minute and a half, but it's just so amazing.
It's just like just some good fun before we like really get into the meat and the emotional heartache of the really like the thought producing parts of the episode. Is just like, yeah, they get to kick ass. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, I think that's where like yeah, the scene's so much fun, even though it is like the final conflict, and that's what just makes the second half hit a little more. But
Yeah, it's like the last hurrah the show sort of gave itself, right? Because it knew Christ, yeah, I mean, just in hindsight, it makes so much sense why they sort of handled it like that. But like this, like, give us our super cool anime fight scene before you ruin us. Like, I feel like it was a good decision.
and yeah, we get to see like
You know,
oh, go ahead, PC.
it's absolutely nuts where we're having a show where a bunch of girls getting superpowers and fighting the moon is like the breather for the actual heavy stuff.
Yeah, I love how Amphibia is like that.
Oh.
Holy shit. Yeah. It's not even, like the most talked about part of the episode. We've been waiting for so fucking long for that payoff. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. I mean, it was. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
we got
that's just Amphibia for you. Like man, it really. I just love how it's sort of like its priorities have always been consistent. Like I don't know, but I love the show for that.
yeah, and like each of the girls get to do their like over the top anime energy moves. Like Anne has like the tennis racket thing, and it like just becomes like a bunch of like exploding kittens. And I think someone pointed out how like last week Andrews had like his own like missile launch, like missile launching attack move that looked kind of similar to Anne, even though it probably wasn't intentional. But
It was pretty similar, though,
yeah,
admittedly.
just like even
Yeah,
more parallels.
yeah, and Andrew Farrell, but God, dude, it's so cool. Like, damn, I don't even know. Like, it's so cool.
Speaking of the Andrews parallels,
wait, not yet, not
for
yet.
okay, I was just because this is the scene. This is the scene where the thing happens.
Not exact. Oh, I was just gonna go through the anime powers. Like,
Oh, you're just okay. Gonna go through. Okay, yeah. Go
what
ahead.
did it remind me of? A
Like,
Stakeout, I think, where Anne and Hop Hop did that. Like that was the probably like the most anime-ish fight thing we got before this, I guess.
Okay, hold up. Are we just going to ignore true colors in that sentence?
Oh wait, right. But that was Anne mostly just punching. But like wasn't Stakeout like Anne and Hop Up were tripping, and then they shot like a giant laser beam at the corn
Yeah.
cob monster? Or I mean,
But also, are you going
Think
to
that was
also
so
ignore
funny to
all
me.
in? Like,
yeah, you're right. Maybe it wasn't the most anime thing. It's just yeah, that's what it reminded me of. And then
I mean, they're not like trying to hide it. They like I mean, Matt's always talking about like, oh man, I love anime. I want to represent. I want to recreate it here. And the characters that call them cool anime powers multiple times, and Marcy's literally like halfway through her thing, and she's like, "Mal, this is the most anime moment of my life."
yeah,
yeah,
like
oh my, yeah, Marcy's part of this fight. That's easily my favorite part. Like I don't know. It's just, I guess it's because we've been like sort of starved of fun Marcy moments with dude. Just her having like the time of her life alongside like Anna and Sasha is just so thrilling.
She's earned a little bit of this after everything.
She's earned having cool anime powers.
yeah, and she launches her 20-sided dice weapon thing, and it's yeah, just
Oh, that's funny, baby.
yeah,
So good.
all of their each of their moves were just so like fitting and over the top. Like Sasha had the pom pom thing and just smashing through like all those like creatures that they designed for like 2 seconds of 2 seconds of screen time. Like
Like the crew meticulously planned each area, and then they only got 1 second of screen time each. uh,
They exist only
yeah,
to job.
I
yeah.
like how the powers all
Oh,
like call back on what they did kind of before Amphibia with each of their interests.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like it just feels really fitting. 'Cause you, like, yeah,
It shows that the girls have become like their best selves, but they're still themselves.
yeah. I mean, honestly, yeah, it's a really good way to. I mean, this might be a weird one, but I guess it is a really good way to sort of like, yeah, remind you that yeah, these are still like teenage girls from Earth, right? Like that's their home that they need to get back to. But yeah, I just want to put that out.
yeah, and they're all kind of like
Also, yeah, no, Lemur, I agree. Oh God.
yeah, and then yeah, they're all having fun and like holding hands before like jumping back in to like blow everything up.
Dude, that's just so awesome. Like, I'm sorry, I'm just rewatching the Nat 20 scene. Like, come on, like, okay, what is everyone's favorite part of the fight? Like, who, like, out of the three girls, like, which one, like, who do you think had the best, like, segment?
Probably Marcy, I think.
Yeah, I gotta give it to Marcy.
I mean, you guys know I'm biased towards Sasha, but I thought her hair and wings were really cool.
I don't like the heron explosion, but like it's actually it's a hard thing for me to say who had the best, which probably is saying something. So, jeez.
Like, it's just, I don't know, just Marcy's, like, bubbly energy, dude. It's so easy. It's so
Yeah,
easy to get invested in that. Like, it's too much for me, I guess. That's why I was just so sold on it, because it's like, she's just having so much damn fun while being a literal Super Saiyan.
yeah. I think Marcy's like energy during it is what really sold me on hers.
Yeah.
Not to say that the other ones weren't great too, because they were.
Yeah, they're all amazing. But oh yeah, like the explosions too are so beautiful. Like let me just post. Like when then dude, I'm like I love this scene so much.
Yeah, the music especially like makes it all like super
Dude,
fun.
TJ Hill created another masterpiece right here.
Yeah, I don't have much of an ear for music, but holy crap. This is maybe the best Amphibia music has ever been.
It's like
Yeah,
final lap in Mario Kart music.
Yeah.
Someone's
like
gotta edit that over.
I just love the fact that it already felt like the crew went all out last week with All In, and then they just pull this shit. Like it's this is gorgeous. Like everything about this scene is just amazing.
Yeah, and then like we see that big explosion in space, and it cuts back to Andreas in his tower where like he's watching all these like explosions happening, and that's when the core starts talking to him, and I'll let PC like get his chance to talk about it, but yeah, Andreas sends in like Grime walks in on like the core like begging for Andreas to help him, and Andreas sends a bunch of robots into space. And then like I guess I can just say it now, like just when the girls think that the girls start holding back the moon, the robots think that they're coming to attack them, but that turns out they're helping them push back the moon, and Andreas has decided to like rebel against the core after all these years and destroys the crown. And like I know PC, you wanted to bring up the parallels there as well.
Well, I mean, I think it just really goes back to what Anne said in All In, that it's not about who you were, it's the choices you make now.
Yeah, and like it's like very clear in what the show is trying to show when they have Andreas literally say the exact words Anne told Sasha back in Reunion. And
Yeah, they were not subtle about it.
It's also true that like the core is more than just like Andreas' master. He's like his father, so it's really a different level of attachment that he's had to the core, while the core hasn't cared for him at all over these years.
Yeah, the core has been profoundly abusive to Andreas over 1,000 years.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, let me just say, I just love how they sort of handled his. Like, I don't want to like, no, we can't call it. I like heel turn or something like his. I don't. What's the proper term? I know people usually say like
Heel
face turn, heel
turn is when a good guy turns bad. Face turn is when a bad guy turns good.
Well, you more
Right,
say
yeah.
like heel face or face heel. So this
Yeah,
is a heel
that's
face turn.
yeah. It's I was just like heel is bad, face is good.
All right. Yeah, no, this is, I don't know. It's just, I'm not gonna lie. At first, I was scared. I was like, what the fuck? Like, it's when he snapped his fingers and had the bubbles flying, I was like, no, you can't do that. Come on. Like,
Yeah, for a second, I wasn't sure. I was not sure for a second if Andrews was going to make the right choice or not.
I think we were all grime in that moment. Where he was like,
Yeah,
what are you
like, I
doing?
was
What are you
like,
doing? No, no,
Andrews,
no.
what the
Oh,
fuck?
okay.
Yes, seriously. Oh yeah. I was so
Yeah.
happy when it turned out Rurk tried to help him.
Dude.
Like,
Yeah,
I was
no, that's
genuinely like, no, after all this.
Yeah, I was like, you can't do this now, Andrews. Come on. I don't know, dude. I love that scene. Like, just
It's so
yeah,
good.
it's just amazing. Like they were so interface. Like I just love how like the parallels between Anne and Andrews. I feel like at first they're sort of subtle at it, sort of like I feel like back in like maybe a day at the Akram, I feel like maybe that's when they sort of set it up, and they slowly built that all the way. Like we they kept on like developing Anne, had Andrews fall deeper and deeper into his worst self, and then finally had these two clash, and that's when the show was very, very clear about what they were trying to do with these two characters. And yeah, and then they just pulled off right here in this amazing scene. Like it's just, I don't know. Like, and I also will say I do love the fact that Andrews he didn't immediately rebel against the core when he saw Lee's letter. I just love the fact that it was something he sort of had like contemplate about for a while, right? Before he was actually able to do anything against them. Because before he just gave up. But here he's actually like aggressively going against them, like actively going against them.
Yeah, I like the like when the Frobots are heading towards the girls, like Marcy gets like one last like she gets her like we get the clumsy joke in. But looking at all the Frobots, like Andrews probably said like everything he had left because you can see like some of the bots are like damaged as well. Like just I guess whatever could fly was sent up there.
Oh wow. Yeah, no, you're totally right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
some of them
I
don't
just
have like limbs and are pretty beat up and yeah, it's just like they're throwing everything they have, or Andrews at least, and the core is so like we talked about this last week too, how like the core keeps getting more and more pathetic, and how here it's like begging Andrews like no like with the core is like trying to like entice Andrews with immortality, I guess, but
Like it's been abusing him and making fun of him constantly. And then the moment it's in danger, it begs him for help.
yeah, like I just love the fact they were totally ready to kill Andrew before, and now as soon as they're in trouble, they just come crawling back to him, begging him to help them. And like I don't know, I just love the fact that Andrews always knew that his relationship with the core wasn't healthy, that it was just wrong. But like the problem was he was also fueled by hate and pain and grief, all of that, and that just sort of that blinded him from what was right, and just stopped him from ever being able to rebel against the core. But now that all that's gone, right, he's finally just done their bullshit. Because I feel like he's always seen it as bullshit. He always knew they were wrong in a way. So yeah, I don't
It's
know.
also like,
It's just awesome.
oh, go ahead, Nick.
Oh no, I was done there.
Oh, okay. It's also like Andrews lost, and in that he didn't have to keep like fighting to win. It's like, have you ever just like when you finally fail at something, it's a relief because you were stressing about not failing for so long.
Yeah. I mean, he finally was able to just stop.
Yeah, like God, you're so right. Yeah, I mean, it's what he said right at the end, right? Like, it's finally over. Like, yeah, I mean, I feel like you're totally right about that because honestly, yeah, he's never been. I feel like any interest he ever had in. I don't even want to say if he ever had because like I'm rambling right now, but it's just he never truly had any interest in conquest or conquering other worlds. Like I feel like it was always just living up to his legacy, right? And then yeah, he was kind of shown that his legacy is a giant piece of shit in the way they treat him, and yeah, like he was never truly motivated by anything internal, right? Like it was just his way of getting back to people who betrayed him and his way of just living up to his ancestors. And just here, yeah, like he no longer has
He's finally free.
Yeah. And so yeah, like the girls keep trying to hold back the moon, and the core kind of mocks them too about, like, not mocks them, just
Like,
taunts
there's
them.
some time in between when he gave up and really like he gave him some, yeah.
Like he calls itself a god, and at the same time, Sasha and Marcy's powers start flickering out, and that's when we have to get that's when Anne has to kind of step up, because she's like, we've seen throughout season 3, like, Anne has been handling these powers like multiple times, and I guess that kind of helped her manage them. And I'm guessing for the prophecy, if things went to plan, hopefully through Amphibia, they would have been Marcy and Sasha would have been able to
Use their powers and get used to them.
yeah. And yeah, that's when Anne kind of convinces them to hand back the stones, and she's going to she fills them in on the plan too.
Yeah, she doesn't like lie to them. I think that was really cool. Like, I was expecting her to like not tell them about the risks, but she was honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that just says a lot about the relationship at this point. Just I don't know, it's that honesty and clarity, right? Like, and she wants to yeah, she doesn't, yeah, she didn't want to, like, I didn't even think that much on it. Like, yeah, she didn't want to betray and just hurt their feelings, like that. She put it out there, and she wanted to make sure that they were okay with it.
Well, she didn't want to make sure that they were okay with it, because they kind of weren't. But she didn't want them to. She didn't want to lie to them. She didn't want the last thing that she did to them to be a moment of dishonesty.
Yeah, she just said, "I'm going to die. Give me your powers. I need to do this." And they said, "We trust you to make this decision."
Well, Anne said she might die, but
oh, she might die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if she said she will die, then Sasha Marcy probably would have been a little more,
a little bit more cagey about it.
Yeah.
But
I think if she said she will die, they definitely both try to do it themselves.
I like to imagine that if she told them that, yeah, she will die, like, they would still have to, like, they would initially, like, not. But I like to imagine that their relationship has gotten to the point where they'll respect Anne's decision.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there.
Yeah, and then
I don't know.
Oh, go ahead, Pickle.
I mean, like, on one hand, a lot of their, like, progression is learning to let Anne make her own decision for herself as a person, but on the other hand, like, that's the sort of thing where, of course, you want to be self-sacrificing, and especially with Sasha, her whole thing is, like, I've got to, like, still deep down, she has to stand up for people who deserve it. And I know that both Sasha and Marcy probably think they're more, like, they're the ones who should be dying in the end, and Anne should get to live out the happy ending, even if it's dark. Like, between the three of them, they probably both would rather themselves than Anne.
I think they would, but I don't know. I still think that they would respect Anne's decision to use the powers herself, because I don't know. That feels like part of what this has all been building up to.
It was like, yeah, no, I really, I didn't even like kneel over that much, but yeah, that's just a really beautiful thought, because yeah, like, a lot of their time together was them sort of like suppressing Anne's best self, always trying to like bring her back to like an older version of herself. And here, yeah, she's making such a huge decision, and they had to, like, step aside for that. Like, they had to accept that, and that's, yeah, I don't know, that's just a really amazing way to like bring it all together.
Yeah, it kind of brings it full circle.
Yeah, and then and then Anne like takes her gems and she kind of like teleports them or sets them back down on Amphibia. And yeah, then Sprig finds out, and then Sprig, the Chad that he is, like the daring Chad that he is, like just gets on Frobo and just launches himself up into space. And Sunsfury,
Yeah,
you
like
wanted to talk about you wanted to say something about Andreas, right?
Yeah. Because one of the great moments is that when Andreas is standing up to the core, and there's this whole, "What are you doing?" And then he quotes Anne word for word from Reunion.
Oh yeah,
Something I should have done a long. Oh, we did.
yeah, we
Oh, did
talked
I
about
miss
it.
that? Oh gosh!
Sorry.
I zoned
It's a
out.
good it's a good moment though. It's such a good moment.
Oh, I'm sorry. This
That's
is gonna
alright.
take a while, isn't it?
You are not forgiven. I learned nothing from this show.
Yeah, and so yeah, like Sprig just gets on. Like, I love how like because Sasha and Marcy explain the plan to Sprig, and then Sprig immediately like he's like in shock, kind of not shock. He's just like in denial about what could happen next, and then just like,
Sprig being in denial has been a consistent theme, I would say.
This is very much a pure Sprig moment.
It is. It's one of this entire episode is filled with some of Sprig's best moments.
Yeah, hands down.
I love the wording they specifically used that I guess we'll get a little bit more into.
what was the wording again?
Like, you're my everything.
You're my everything.
Oh, that moment. Okay. Yeah, and then like when Sprig launches himself off into like to Anne is about to use the stones, and like the core mentions like it said something along the lines of like, "Oh, you dare use like Amphibia's greatest treasure against me?" And I know Sunsfury, you wanted to talk about, I guess, that line.
It's just like a great showcase of just like reinforcing the core literally only cares about power, and then we see Anne's just like complete denial of that, and we get a shot of everybody in the background, and it is amazing and beautiful, and is exactly what the show stands for.
Amphibia really said the real treasure was the friends we made along the way.
Yes, and I am here for it.
And unironically, and yes, I am.
I love the power of friendship.
Yeah, it's such an earned moment from the show. Like you can't even tell it. Like it earned this moment. Like I love this. I love this. And I love that it's Anne saying this because Christ, like she is built up by the people she meets. Like they all build into her, making her a better person she ever was before. And yeah, I love this scene.
And she in turn makes them better.
Yeah, God, yeah, it went full circle. Like it. I don't know.
It's give and take.
It's amazing. I love this.
I love how Soggy Joe is in this group crowd shot.
Soggy Joe.
I think most of the Wartwood characters are here, and
yeah, I think we got almost all. I think we got all the townies for sure, and then a lot of the other side characters too.
But
there's someone that was missing. I'm trying to remember who. Oh, yeah, a lot of like the big characters, like the Mother of Olms and Parisia or whatever her name is. I guess they're just too big to fit in the shot, which makes sense. But we got two of them.
No, I didn't even. Now you ruined it for me.
Dang it!
Wait, who wasn't in there?
Val there, please. Wait, is Val gone? Is she there?
No, she's not in there.
Oh no!
And all the friends are in there.
I don't know if Valeriana counts as a friend.
But then, like,
no,
I know Percy and Braddock are in this shot, but like, Anna's never met them, right?
No, she hasn't.
For us, okay.
Like, I guess they're all at her. Yeah, it's symbolic. Yeah. It's supposed to be for Sasha. It includes Sasha. I mean, yeah, Sasha Marshall didn't make as many friends as Anne did, but hey,
I mean, I'm pretty sure Ewan and Olivia were in there, and Anne barely met them.
Yeah.
Wally's dad is in this too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the big.
Oh my god, was he?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
He's in the
Oh.
bottom left.
Yeah, and
Oh
Duckweed
my
too.
God.
Like
Even Jeremy didn't even have Jeremy.
Wow.
What the hell?
Jeremy is here too.
This-
Yeah,
Oh
Jeremy.
my
They
god.
got
he-
all they got all the new
You got
programs
Maddie's
for
dad.
the
Gee,
listeners.
oh man, I fucking love that. They have everyone from Wartwood. I love that.
They got all of Wartwood.
They forgot Gunther
That's
though.
like the most important thing, though. They just needed all of Wartwood. Like the rest of them are kind of just little details. Maybe the
They even
one
got third.
super intense Mother of Olm fans gonna be disappointed.
Yes, all those super intense Mother of Olm fans that we're all aware of. You know, the Moo stands are going to be furious.
I'm glad that they had one last like cameo of Percy and Breddick because I don't know. I think it was good for Sasha to like actually lose some friends because you know when
Mhm.
you're a jerk that happens. And not every
Yeah,
friendship can be like the perfect idealized ending.
Yeah, we'll talk about
Yes,
we'll talk about
exactly.
Sasha's. We'll talk about that moment later on too. But yeah. Oh, Gertie is here too, and Fern.
Yeah, all the
Yeah.
nudies.
Yeah.
Do we have a special name for the Newtopia townies? I don't think we
I
do.
think we've just been calling them that.
Nudies. I'm gonna use
Yeah.
nudies.
Wait, hold on. Are we sure we want to use that?
Yeah, I don't know if that's the greatest term, but they are all here.
Yeah, and then Anne asks. Yeah, Sunsfury, you also had another good note about how Anne phrases the question, or how she phrases the desire.
Oh yeah, the question. Yeah. Anne asks the stones because she wants to protect Amphibia, and the phrasing of that question is really important because basically it's just exemplifying the reasons she's fighting here. She's protecting Amphibia. She's not trying to beat the core for any other reason. It's not. She's not phrasing the question in a way that gives the core importance either, and it's always nice. It's just like it's just a little thing, but it's nice and it checks out, and it's a great Amphibia moment.
It really is. Because yeah, she's not asking for power to destroy the core. She's just asking for power to save Amphibia. That's it.
Yeah, and then
Yeah, to save the world I love.
go ahead,
And as we
Sunsfury.
know,
Okay.
her motives for that actually do matter. We'll get to that.
Yeah, and yeah, like the gem's powers activate, and the gems themselves get destroyed, and I guess Anne. Yeah, I guess Anne completely like possesses all three powers of the gems, and that's when Sprig arrives, and
Yeah.
The
First
boy.
tearjerker of the episode.
yeah, Pickle, you wanted to talk about this earlier before I cut you off, but
Okay, I don't have the exact wording pulled up. I'll try to do that, but while I'm doing that, I can also talk about it. I just Sprig. I mean, in general, the voice acting here, the execution of it, really it just works so well. Him going to her, being like, "Please don't leave. You're my everything." It just, I don't know. It hits harder than it's the hardest thing to watch. Sorry, I had to make that joke at least once. I think it hits harder than I think than the goodbyes because it's like not on a happy note. Because he's going up there and he's begging for her not to leave him, and she, I don't know. I feel like this might be kind of a weird comparison, but she kind of reminds me of like Sprig as his older sister, but like him having no parents, she's kind of fulfilled the like sister becomes almost motherly like role. And I think that like kind of adds to the scene with her basically comforting him and telling him like, I know, but I'm sorry, but I have to go, and Spring losing another like super important female like person he looks up to in his life.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. I mean,
He's
yeah. I don't know,
he's being forced to let go.
Yeah, I think
Which
Anne's the one who kind of
sucks.
pulls back first. I can't really tell if like who pulls away from that, but then
well, I think they do at the same time when I'm looking at it again. Yeah, looks like about the same time. Yeah, no, I mean this scene is just amazing because it does. I don't know if this is like a weird way to analyze it, but I guess like for me, God, rewatching it again, it sort of feels like Sprague. He wanted to at least just see her one last time. I'm like it was some. He does sort of give up trying to stop her from doing this, pretty fast. And I feel like part of that is just because he wanted to make sure he at least saw her one last time before she did this. Because seriously, like right before all this, he was having the time of his life seeing Anne power up. So yeah, like I feel like this is just him trying to get some kind of closure out of it before she made the greatest sacrifice of her life.
Yeah, and I don't think he wanted to be like hiding from it. He went up there and he like talked to her before she did it instead of just being like running away from the conflict. I
Like
mean,
he did with the Aaron's.
she'd already taken the power and kind of accepted her fate at that point.
Yeah.
yeah, it's like her like she can't like contain it, so like she starts cracks start appearing from in her, on her, around her, whatever. But yeah, like it's like her physical form can't contain this much, and yeah, she kind of just like unleashes it all on the core, and
Just like completely effortlessly as well.
Yeah.
well, she kind of like
Well,
struggles to
okay.
hold it back a little.
Hold
Well,
on.
I think it's not against the
Yeah.
core, just like against herself in a way, because
Yeah,
she's
she
like
struggles
trying to
against herself
focus.
and
Yeah, she's trying to focus
maintain it.
everything into
Yeah.
one shot, and yeah, I love how like you have this like large blast going into the core, and then like on the other end, it starts off small and then like grows, and as it's exiting the moon, and then you have like the music with the core like just like probably just like staring in disbelief in its final moments before all of its eyes just shatter. And I kind of like how it's not like this dramatic like this is pretty dramatic, but for the core it's just like it just lights out and that's it.
Yeah, they did the dramatic Disney villain death. Have to do it again. This was about like Anne, not about Darcy or the core or whatever.
Yeah, it is it's nice to see how basically the core is kind of a non-character here, almost. Like, even throughout so much of the episode, like, it's the main threat, but the amount of actually attention it takes up in, well, at least these first 11 minutes of the episode where it actually still exists, is remarkably small.
Yeah, but I don't mind that personally.
Oh, I think it's great.
Yeah, it really it kind of demonstrates that the core has become like all consumed by its obsession, like completely and utterly.
And I think
Yeah, no,
Sunsfury brought this up last week how like Darcy was a better like like a foil to Sasha while Andrews was for Anne, and last week kind of like wrapped up those conflicts, and then here it's just again like obsession, and it's no longer like relatable. It's just more like a primal evil.
It's a battle of pure ideologies. where now it's just
Survival.
people trying to change things for the better versus something that doesn't want things to change at all.
Yeah. And, so we see Anne's body, and Sprig and Frobo bring it back to Amphibia, and yeah, like the celebration is kind of like cut short when they arrive, and yeah, like
Yeah. I mean,
Okay,
I really wish I had something to say.
I do.
go ahead, Sunsfury,
Yeah.
because I
I
can't.
think, okay, Anne completely devoid of color and like completely bleached out in these final moments where she is dying because she used the power of the stones. It feels really thematic with the ongoing emphasis of the bright neon colors being associated with the gemstones, that drawing on all of that power, letting it all out, has left her completely drained of color. And it really sends home there is zero way and this Anne is recovering from this. She is in the final states, dying. She's falling apart. She's lost all her color. This is the end.
Yeah, it's because color is such an important thing in Amphibia.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. God, in hindsight, yeah, that's just genius from them to do that because yeah, Amphibia really puts a lot of stuff into its color design, right? Like, there's just so much life to what they do with it, and yeah, just to see Anne completely devoid of that, Christ, it really just hammers in that she's dying.
Yeah, and then yeah, in her final moments,
But
she kind of comforts Sprig, and
yeah, even in her final moments, she's trying to make other people happy, which is just such a intrinsically Anne thing to do.
Yeah, that she even mentions her favorite movie franchise.
Oh, yeah,
I
that's
love
another
that
thing.
shit.
That's another thing that think is really great because she doesn't. In so many of those times, people go, "Oh, my only regret is maybe like I never got to see the future with you or anything like that." Anne doesn't have that regret. She doesn't have a real one. She's
Uh,
going out
She
happy.
she doesn't have a regret because she would have done everything exactly the same way.
Mm.
I don't know. I didn't really. I would have preferred if they just hadn't made it because it was like a funny joke, but it kind of took me out of it. Second,
I don't know.
and also,
I think I mean that's fair. That's fair. But for me, the idea that Anne, in her final moments, just wants to make the people around her laugh one last time, that's incredibly powerful to me.
And I think that's super in character for Anne.
that is
It
true.
is.
yeah, and then she like she crumbles into dust, or leaves in this case, and that's
Which
pretty
is
much like
a
the
beautiful
first
moment.
act of this episode. And I mean, Nick, do you want to
I mean,
like
okay,
we okay, before I let Nick talk, it's like we have this like super like dark moment, and when we're watching this on TV, like, we got a commercial break.
Yeah, God, the
yeah,
commercials.
Jesus Christ! Like, see, I was prepared for that. I was prepared for him to be like a fucking total whiplash. But dude, it went on for like 8 minutes or something, like 10 minutes. It was like
It
way
was
too fucking
so
long. I was
long.
just waiting for the show to come back at that point. Like, what the fuck was that? Like,
I mean, on one hand, I'm
oh,
glad that they gave us a couple minutes to like process, but holy shit.
yeah, like God, I was prepared to like listen to like the Mighty Mighty Tiger theme song or something, but not for it to go on for 10 minutes. Like, what was that? Who
So much of it was
decided
like just
that?
one. So much of it was just like one commercial too.
Yeah, oh my god, it was so cruel. Like, why did you make us wait that long? But, man. But I mean, just enough about the commercials. Though. I mean, I will say, yeah, this was an amazing way to open up the episode. Like, just the fact it's only 12 minutes too is so mind blowing to me because it just feels like so much is packed in here and well executed that like it feels like an entire episode to me. Right? It's just, yeah, I don't know, and just the fact that it's not even like the best part of the episode, just really telling to the quality of the hardest thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And Pixels, you wanted to say something about like the the commercials, right?
Yeah. They kind of changed it like a few hours before because it was originally going to be 8 to 8:30, but they changed it to 8 to 8:35. So that's how they added more commercials. I was kind of hoping we just get one commercial break, but we got like 3, I think, in the total. So I think that's just Disney just wanting monetizing the stuff. So to me, there was like
Yeah.
a change. I got annoyed by that because I didn't really want commercials.
And
I'm
maybe
just glad it wasn't the Owl House new episode thing.
Oh my
Same.
Because
god.
not only was that
Okay.
like
Same.
the most annoying
Same.
editing ever, but it's like rubbing it in our face that there's no more new Amphibia episodes.
Oh
God, that would have
shit!
been so mean.
Oh shit!
and like I think it's because there's like few opportunities for a commercial break. That's what I thought at first. But then like with how many we kept just getting ad after ad after ad, like it feels like they were like waiting for the kids to stop crying before getting to the second act. Like
I feel so bad for like actual 6-11 watching who probably just thought like main character died and the parents are like, wait, no, for the
There's
whole
gonna be
5 minutes or whatever of
yeah,
the commercial break.
there's still another part of the episode left. It's fine.
yeah, and like that like Matt has said like Amphibia's like main demographic is like we know that these shows are meant for that demographic, but the fact that they were performing so well with it was more surprising. Like,
Yeah.
which is good. It's just yeah, it's just surprising still. But yeah, this first act, I think this first act really like I guess wrapped up all the prophecy stuff, but I know what the scene we get next kind of is like is a little bit of that, a little bit of the prophecy stuff, along with like Anne's character development or character growth, and what I do think if you thought this first act was a little like fast or rushed, like I don't blame you for like for feeling that way because
Yeah, even I feel it that way a little bit.
I guess why I'm comfortable with it is because like that's kind of how all this prophecy stuff has always felt like, where we get this like quick glimpse of something happening and then like it's like a quick flash and then it's saved for later and then later we get like a little bit more context and then how do I describe this? It's like
It's tangential.
I'm not sure what that means, but yeah, like I've
It is branching off of the main like thing. It's not like the primary focus. It's
yeah,
related to the primary focus, but it's not the primary focus.
definitely, yeah, like that's why and that might be why. So people still talk about this first act, but for Amphibia, I think Nick mentioned it earlier. Like the real like meat for us has always been like what happens next. But I guess, do you guys have any more thoughts on this, on these first 11 minutes before we continue?
Yes, I gotta say, you can go first.
Nah, I was just gonna say I really like the animation.
Same.
Oh yeah, always.
I kind of wish it was a bit more longer, to be honest. That's why I didn't wear the one commercial breaks. But it was still well done. Some people complain about the pacing, but I think the pacing was pretty great from where it was going. Because it's like we're we're continuing from All In. So
I wasn't 100% smitten with the pacing, but I still really like what we got.
I've seen a lot of people saying they don't like the pacing, but I feel like this happens every episode where people are like, it's fast. And I'm kind of like, that's all of Amphibia is a fast paced show. And it's not like they're doing it because they're rushing. Because, like, I mean, they've had time where they could have done less, but, you know, that's just kind of the way the show's always been. I like fast paced shows like that. So I'm kind of, I don't agree with the whole rushed thing or, like, weird pacing. I think that it is good that it was fast paced, especially like with the battle scenes and stuff. Those needed to be all fast. They couldn't have lingered on the powers for like a long time and made it annoying.
I mean, I think my thing with the pacing is more from like a from like a I don't know what the right word, I cannot pronounce words.
Photography.
Yeah, from like an editing angle specifically, and less a story angle, like how shots were cut together and how close lines were placed together.
So I think we can go into the next part of the episode where after Anne dies, and after 5,000 minutes of commercials for us, like we open up to Anne still being alive in this Super Mario Galaxy looking thing.
I am so glad I was not the only person to notice that at all.
And we kind of see, like, I remember back when we got this first shot from All In. Well, we didn't know it was sorry. The 3B teaser where Anne wakes up in this field, and we saw the black bars, and everyone was thinking, "Oh, is there like an aspect ratio change for like this episode?" And we finally see this in the hardest thing, where it's like that brief moment where Anne wakes up and just sees like the stars and whatever galaxy she's in.
And I mean the visual design in this place is absolutely gorgeous.
And I like the little Easter eggs that are around there too. We have like the two swords on the bottom left. We have the racket embedded into the main island. We have the plantar family symbol over to the right. We have a tennis ball on the wind vane, and we have the little tiny woodchop shack that you see outside of the plantar house on a separate island up to the top left.
Yeah. It's just a bunch of things from Anne's past, just kind of all in one big amalgam.
It feels kind of like a really nice mix of Amphibia and Earth and Anne's own self. I think they did a really good job on like kind of combining all the aspects that, you know, Anne would be thinking about if the like god thingy or whatever was trying to make it comfortable for her. And
Yeah,
then
absolutely.
then she goes inside, right?
Yeah, and there's a whole host of other things inside.
God, there's so many Easter eggs.
Okay.
It's just oh man, the Cop Pop's cane. I just love how that's in Polly's bucket. I never realized that was Polly's bucket, but
Yeah, so we have Anne's Christmas gift from Sprig, her other shoe, the tea cozy that she got from the mall brawl, Sprig's Action Hero Collection, the pen Anne gives Loggle in all the way back in season 1 to fix the cane, Hopop's actual cane, the dented sword that Anne uses in Reunion in particular. We get a Domino 2 plushie with all the legs, and I just love the look of the rest of the room as well, with like all of the plants and the trees growing through everything.
There's also the teapot from
yeah.
popping off.
hmm I just it feels like it feels familiar without us ever having been here before.
And then, of course, they've got the pictures on the walls of everyone that Anne loves. We've the like Sasha and Marcy, the parents, the planters, and Domino. Oh, and the computer's like an iMac something. I don't know, someone who knows more about older technology.
I don't. Yeah, one of those really old
Old Mac, yeah.
Apple. Yeah.
And so she sits down at the computer and she receives a message from the the username was like Gem Deity, right?
I think it was
Three Stones Deity.
Three
Yeah, that's
Stones
it.
Deity.
Dude, I'm just wow. Like I'm so blown away that there's an actual god in Amphibia.
Yeah, that was such.
like,
It was such a trippy scene.
yeah, because you seriously have no idea what's going on. Like I know we got that shot of her waking up from the promo, but like still though, like Christ, we just I was just no, I just kept on saying what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck while I was watching this scene for the first time because I genuinely had no idea where this was going at all. Oh, also, okay, my favorite part of this scene is just how Anne instantly gets along well with the like, come on, man, that's just her heart. Like a little god who is probably
Yes, well, given 2 seconds ago, she basically just killed one as well, or at least a self-proclaimed one. So yeah, sure,
probably
it's not going to be
you
too
know
bad.
Yeah.
what I mean? Like it's just
Yeah,
this
it's
is
nice.
like a real god.
Yeah, it was nice to see like Anne. Yeah, it's just Anne being herself basically, and it's just she was talking to like a stranger over the internet.
Yeah, just in a chat, a group chat.
It felt very Anne, where she's just really chill about it. I guess she's used to like batshit crazy stuff happening by now.
I mean, at this point in time, yeah, might as well just run with it.
Yeah, she's probably also kind of like she just died, so she's kind of willing to. She's ready to accept anything.
Yeah, and then once it's interesting how the Guardian kind of like has like it has kept an eye on Earth. Like it has looked at Earth in the past, but it's probably looking at so many different worlds. It's like the last time it saw Earth was like probably 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah.
And then like
there's a lot going on.
Yeah, and then like it it changes its form to something more comfortable for Anne. And we see Domino 2, and I forgot the name of the editor on the crew, Andy something or Scorini. Like he tweeted out like that joke from Adventures in Cat Sitting was
Yes.
completely intentional.
I love the crew for that. I love the crew for that.
That was so funny. It was just so genuinely hilarious.
God, like I just the fact, like that's my mind just keeps getting blown by this show. But Yeah, dude. I don't know. Like, I remember we all originally thought like because it was a crack theory. We all made this crack theory that was related to like the night, back before we knew everything about the core and all that. And yeah, it's just funny how that theory like died and came back, and just eventually got related to like this, and it's just Jesus.
Oh, thanks, Chuck. Adam Colas's uh like reply was like, Mrs. B, Anne's back from getting fillings, and then hi Anne, like, no mom, there's no such thing as filler. So good. And can someone pull up the credits for the Guardian? Because she's voiced by, I believe, like a Steven
It's the
Universe
voice of
character.
Ruby in Steven Universe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Let me just look up her name real quick.
all I really know.
And
It's Charlene E.
yeah,
Like Charlene E. Like
yeah.
something like that.
It's such like a
Yeah.
calming, childlike voice. It fits so well.
Yeah, and then the Guardian starts talking to Anne, and very briefly we get to see the Guardian's true form. And it's just for like they immediately cut Anne off while she's like talking about how she's seeing weird stuff in Amphibia, and we get like this like crazy like ball of something, and Anne's freaking out, and then just immediately cuts back to Domino form. We got 3 Dominoes this season.
We did. This is Domino 3.
No, this is just God Minnow.
Domino. Yeah, it's probably Godimo. I'm good. I'm not gonna try.
Gardemo.
Yes.
The Guardian.
Godmino. Got back to it.
That is harder to
I
say
don't
than
know.
I think.
Dude, this is just such a crazy finale. Like, imagine explaining this to someone like the main character. Like, so there's this god that's introduced in the final episode that takes the form of the main character's pet. Like,
See,
that's just bizarre.
I will say, while the introduction of the gem deity is, in many ways, definitionally kind of a Deus Ex Machina, I don't mind it at all because the Deus Ex Machina is more rewarding Anne for being a good person instead of like
Helping her
solving
out.
the problem for her.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, the actual origins of the Deus Ex Machina, and what a Deus Ex Machina is when the god comes down and solves all the problems. That's not what's happening here. There aren't really problems to solve.
Well, there's one.
Not like
And-
not like a story. And being dead kind of like isn't a problem though. Like it's not a
Yeah.
story issue as much as it's kind of hilarious to say
Someone
that.
clip that out of
I
context.
would say there's a few minor problems, and no longer being alive. I think I can think of a few like little nitpicks I would have had with and ending the show dead.
I think for me, I feel like for me personally, I don't really have any complaints with it because I don't know, they just made it fit so well with Anne's arc that I was just like, all right, I'll give you this. I'll give you this one, Infinity, because it's just relating this to the fact that Anne has come so far, but she'll still have things to learn no matter what. Like that's still such a great message to have for the show because it's about change, and like part of like the cell line, like part of like what was going to attract you to Amphibia, which is the idea that these girls are going to blossom to their best selves. But no, too bad. They still have room to grow, and that will still be the constant in their lives. And I don't know, I just love that.
Yeah, that conversation between. Oh, before we get into their conversation, yeah,
Sorry.
the line about I'm just a watcher viewer. I'm not in the demographic though.
That was so funny.
He did a few little cameos and call-outs to the fandom this episode.
He did. And Yeah, I just love this. I know that like there is some discourse about like, oh, this should have been foreshadowed and yada yada. I just love this, and I love how it didn't invalidate Anne, like, and her decisions either.
No, it did the opposite, really.
Yeah.
I mean, I know we're kind of here to review the episode and stuff, but like just taking off my critic glasses for a moment and thinking, I enjoyed watching the episode. It did not like obstruct my enjoyment for the god to come in and fix a couple things, so I think it was fun.
Yeah, and
I think if there's
Yeah,
one thing Amphibia has demonstrated is that you can use tropes and like make them good.
yeah, Amphibia doesn't really like when they do comment on using a trope, they don't really like they're not really insulting it. They're kind of just it's kind of they kind of acknowledge it but still like do it well. But they're not really like
Yeah.
they're not like cynical about it like Rick and Morty where it's like talking shit about like the writing process at every corner and then
I
thinking
think that's
that's
exactly it.
and thinking it's a good substitute for for storytelling, but that's me being
No, I agree completely. Amphibia is so genuine about how it uses these tropes.
Yeah, like I mean, it knows it does the power of friendship thing, and it does the power of friendship thing very well. And then like Marcy, her arc is like a serious deconstruction of escapism and like the isekai thing in shows, but it does it all genuinely and it like seriously looks through them.
Yeah, it doesn't use it as an excuse to just make fun of other stories.
and I guess before we talk about Anne rejecting uh the Guardian's like job offer, like we had the explanation for Anne still being alive is that the Guardian
Alright, we
has a
can.
copy of Anne, but we'll try not and like Anne said, like there's gonna be a little bit of like existential crisis, like existentialism, like later on. But I'll let you guys keep it like brief.
I mean, I've already said my piece. I think Anne is alive. I think this is the same Anne because all we are is a collection of thoughts and memories, and that's all that really matters.
I think, I mean, it was the way it was phrased, like I saved a backup just before you died, seems like it is a direct copy and not just transferring the consciousness. So I think, I mean, for all functional purposes and intents, she's alive to everyone around her. But I still think that, like, if that original Anne died, and rather than her being, like, given back life, she was simply just copied and pasted to herself, she still ended there, and then a new person with all her memories was born and took her place.
Okay, but
I
what do you
think
mean
she's
to
yeah.
herself though? Like herself is alive in the new body.
I mean, like her own like thoughts and experiences, like you right now thinking in your head and stuff. If you were to like suddenly drop dead and then someone took your place with all your exact identical clones and memories, it's not like you would continue experiencing life. That person who is also you would be experiencing it. Your own
I think
consciousness would still be discontinued.
I think the difference is immaterial though. I mean, I am just a collection of electrochemical reactions in a brain when we get right down to it. If those electrochemical reactions are in a new body, that's still me.
I mean, it would be you, but like your current existence, your current consciousness wouldn't get to experience whatever that other consciousness gets to experience,
But
which kind of
I,
renders you dead.
I don't see consciousness as like a hard like physical thing though.
I
A
mean, it's definitely
consciousness
not.
a consciousness is just like a collection of electrochemical reactions.
And it's a different collection of electrical the words you said. I mean, they're identical, but they're still two different collections of whatever you said.
Anyway, like I said, we're not going to get too deep because this is the kind of shit that you could talk about all day.
Yeah,
It's
agree
the
to
kind of thing
disagree
that
on this
people
one.
philosophers have talked about for eons.
Yes, yeah. Like I'm of the opinion that that the ship is that the ship is the ship. It is still the ship of Theseus.
All right, so back to what we were talking about.
Yeah, I'm just
You
trying
did.
to look through some more of the scene right here. Let's see. Yeah, so I guess after what do we call it? Like Domino mentions that they made a clone of Anne and stuff, and blah 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 blah. I think this is when Anne goes into her speech about why she's comfortable just
Being
refusing to
dead.
take up. Yeah,
Like
yeah,
let's not
like
beat
why
around the bush
she's
there.
true,
Anne
but
was
like
saying, "Yeah, I'm cool with being dead. Thanks though."
But, okay. I just I want to focus on a little bit, but I feel like that just speaks to volumes. Just how happy Anne was with like how she was leading her life, I guess. But okay, but I just want to put that out there. But like, yeah, I don't know. I just thought that still the whole speech scene is just really awesome because it just I don't know, man. Like this episode had so many scenes where you could just tell that these are the writers just having so much fun thinking about all the development and just themes they set up since day one, and just I don't know. Like I know Gomino comes out of nowhere, but it just feels like such a nice final challenge for Anne, and just I'm in love with this scene.
And I think it's really great because it shows that she really did have no regrets. Like she was given a free ride to just, you know, you can either be dead or you can have unlimited power, and she had no regrets. She was okay with the choices that she made.
Yeah,
Did we
And she valued the sake of the universe over her getting to keep existing.
talk about the Guardian's explanation for the gems?
Oh, the test.
Yeah, so like these gems, like I'm not sure if the Guardian was 10,000 years old or the gems were 10,000 years old, but they were
The
designed to
gems
just give
were.
unlimited power and see what the mortals would do with it. And it didn't end well. I mean,
No.
we got Anne the planners, but that after that, it was all kind of downhill.
sacrifice.
But I mean, as an audience, it's like I'm equivocating like Frog Family to centuries of genocide.
Look,
it's a very important frog family.
It is.
It
It's
is.
all worth it, Tom. It was all worth it. Like, if I had the choice, if I had the choice to do it all again, I would fucking do it. It's worth it. I don't care.
Nixon
Alright.
is like inner Thanos, like.
Look,
Like,
if I don't care how many planets need to get genocided, I will make sure that Anne and her family get to bond.
I need my
You can't
found
just hunt
family.
down
Like,
the found
I don't.
family.
but yeah, like, so I believe Anne was like the first person to like use these powers for in a non-evil way, I guess. And I guess that makes sense since
I don't know if evil is quite the right word, but in a non-selfish
in a
way.
Selfless way.
in a purely selfless way.
Right. And I guess that kind of makes sense why I guess the most important spell or the most powerful spell is like you get what you want at the sacrifice, like after sacrificing yourself. And that kind of makes sense why someone who isn't selfless wouldn't use the full potential of the stone's power to get what they want, because then,
Yeah, because then they don't get it.
yeah, exactly. And
Although that is kind of that is kind of fucked up because it makes it sound like the final spell is less a part of using too much of the power and more just like an extra thing that the deity added at the end,
and I
like
guess,
as part of the test.
and I think Sunsfury mentioned about the wording of this request. It's like she's like literally like asking the guardian for like the full extent of its power in this moment. In that moment, she used it against the core, and just like the guardian's just like, yeah, sure, okay, here you are, job offer. Like that was your interview.
I mean, yeah. Yeah.
And honestly, I think that's a very interesting way of doing it because by like having the spell be you just need to ask, um you're basically like you have to admit to the stone deity why you want this power. So if someone does it wants it for not selfish reasons, then I mean for selfish reasons, then I mean the deity can see that.
It's also like the powers, at least Anne's like the heart powers, aren't about like proving you're the strongest or like learning magic to do some spell. They're just about like genuinely asking for help with something. And then the stones can, or the stone deity can judge if you're worthy or not.
Oh, Styx, you wanted to say something about this, right? Like, let me try and add you in. But yeah, I really like that. That's why the spell stuff didn't really, with Mother of Olm, didn't really bother me. Oh, go ahead, Styx.
I just find it so like, well, okay, first of all, hi everyone. But I just
Hello.
so fascinating that like the big secret to like unlocking these ancient magical stones full potential is just asking, please let me do this thing, because obviously all the other people, all the ancient newts, the people who have gone on to become the core, obviously they would have never even considered doing that, because to them they wouldn't ever even think that asking is something they should do. They would see it as beneath them, like request help earnestly. No, they take it, they make a whole box to like channel the power. They make temples to charge and recharge it. No, all this time, really, what they would have done, it's no guarantee that the deity would have given them the power, but really, what all they had to do was just say please. They never did.
Thank you,
Also,
Styx.
I think it's really interesting because not only is the conquering side of Amphibia like wrong about how to use it, in a way the Olms were as well, because they basically saw it and went, no, leave it alone. It's too dangerous. It's supposed to be for something else. You best leave it alone. When that's kind of really not what they were there for at all. They were intended to be used for good, not just left alone to hidden away in a cave for eons and eons. Kind of
Exactly.
interesting.
Neither side was really understood the stones like Anne did.
Yeah, I forgot about what Mother Olm told us in that segment about like. I remember thinking like the stones were just. They did mention there was like a higher purpose, but yeah, the higher purpose was to just use them for good, and that didn't really happen for a lot of the series, or I guess a lot of the stones creation.
In the 10,000 years that they existed.
Yeah, and I guess going back to Anne's speech about like no one's perfect, and I like how like she mentioned that, oh, I'm just 13, and if like for every good like every good decision I make, there's like 100 more where I mess up, and they had some like kind of like monkey noise when she's like picking her ear.
Really? Oh wait, I totally missed that. Let me see that. Wait.
Or sorry, not maybe
No way.
her rubbing her fingers like made some really weird noise that like made me think it was like
Oh. Oh yeah. Now I hear it now. Yeah. Yeah.
I
I
totally
don't
missed
know.
that.
I always love moments like these because I don't know. It's a good way to remind us that holy shit, dude, she's still a teenage girl who needs to get back to her life. Like it's
Yeah, she can't be
I don't know.
God yet.
I don't know.
It's
Yeah. Yeah, she's not ready. 78 more years. She just has to wait a little while. So she'll get that chance soon.
yeah, and just the I just love how the moment like the Guardian gets like so excited when Anne is like, yeah, maybe by the end I might be interested in this, and then like the Guardian's just like, let's go, let's fucking go. I can wait.
Go!
yeah, all right.
Yeah, like it's like so like they're so excited. It's like they're about to give like a child that they thought was worthy this much power. It's like imagine what they'd end up by the end. It's like, it's just it's so like it's so it feels good. It feels good that scene where
does.
Anne returns to the living. It's like, and
It just feels so good.
yeah, and then the Guardian reveals it's like it's Godmino form and with the three eyes, and it also does like it has the smug expression too, like because I think before then we were so used to just like the cat expressions, but then when it actually gets a little more expressive, it's kind of funny and weird.
In a good way.
Yeah.
God knows. Well, God knows. I don't know. I love it, dude. Like starting to pop in like that, but just listen. Oh, it even has like the gems for. I didn't even notice that the first time, dude. That's just.
Oh yeah, it's got the gems for eyes.
Dude, that's just awesome.
Yeah, and then you mentioned that last line about Nick. You mentioned how it's like we find out when Anne's gonna die.
Yeah, holy shit!
God, that was fucked
78
up.
years. Yeah, it was funny, but also like, Jesus. Okay,
Holy shit.
thanks for giving. Like, thanks for telling us.
Yeah, so
No,
Anne
I would not want to know.
Anne doesn't die at like 38; she dies at 91. But
Okay, oh, wow, yeah, I don't remember that.
I feel like no one's gonna get that reference like in a year from now, which is good.
It's
But
37 though.
oh,
Yeah, it's technically it's 37. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be on the bottom of the iceberg. Right? If anyone ever makes like an Amphibia fan of iceberg, that's on the bottom definitely.
I'm sure there's already one.
yeah, and then Anne. Oh, so this shot of Anne like going through between realms of existence, like this is what Disney used in their final promo, where like they had the Disney Channel
like,
they had the Disney Channel logo and then like this weird thing behind it. Like
Disney just showing us that as a promo. I mean, I guess we had no way of knowing what it was, but still, that's weird.
yeah, but yeah, Anne returns to Newtopia, and she's watching everyone mourn her death, and in typical Anne fashion, just like walks over and just says, "Hey," or not "Hey," like she just makes some joke about it. And oh my god, like Hop is just like he's like.
Not now, and we're mourning a great hero.
Like, and then like
just
I love how when Hop talking, like Sprig immediately like realizes that she's back, and it's
such a good scene.
Yeah.
it was yeah, it was like just a big sigh of relief, and
I also managed to somehow do a good job of incorporating humor into this. Shut up, Anne. We're grieving Anne right now.
yeah. And I like how when they go for the group hug, it seems like Frobo learned to like not squeeze too tight.
Just take it easy. Yeah, because last time Grime was missing an arm and he practically almost. But hey, this time he learned.
The true Frobo arc, learning how to hug.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. That's his
Yo.
arc. That's his arc.
Yeah, and then
And people say Frobo didn't get any character development.
like Frobo carried this episode, like carried the finale like hard. Like he helped out the planners against the Herons. He carried like everyone up to the building. Like he like no question, no hesitation, like brought Sprig up to the moon. Like yeah, Frobo's awesome. Frobo's a planner.
Damn straight.
But
Yeah, I think Frobo could have been used more. Could have been given more. Like, but he was solid in these episodes. He was fun, especially with his new design.
Yeah, that pro was good.
yeah, and then we find out that the Guardian has like gifted Anne some like a fraction or slivers of the original gem's power. And
It's like fragments of gems.
right. And they don't explain it just yet, but like they kind of just end on them celebrating the day, and Andreas gets the last word for this fight about how it's finally over. And
God, I don't know. There's just something about that. I just love it so much because
Yeah.
it's like 1,000 years of Andreas torturing himself over like the worst day of his life, and now he's finally free of like those burdens, and it's just like it doesn't just feel like wow, the heroes finally won. Like I'm just like I think this now making me so much emotional because it's like damn, the heroes actually finally fucking won. But there's also the fact that just with Andreas, like it's to him, it's finally over. Those thousands, those like that thousand of years of suffering, it's finally done.
yeah,
He's finally free of his father.
and I think we
I
can
don't know.
I think we can go over to the next part. The hardest thing.
The hardest thing part.
Yeah,
The
like
hardest thing is the hardest thing is talking about this second half. Like I'm not ready, man. But
like it cuts to daytime, and Marcy kind of explains how maybe like these gems, since they're like a fraction of the original gem's power, like they don't know how long, they don't know how much power's left, and how long, if that portal opens, how long it lasts. And yeah, Hot Pop's the one to bring up that it's like it's time to say goodbye.
I just
yeah, that's what.
I just love that for Hot Pop so much that he's. I mean, we know he's had he's had trauma about having to let people go, and now at the very end, he's the first one to say that it's time to say goodbye.
Yeah, like and I just love the fact that he's not even like he's not even like the oldest person there, but he still like stands up as sort of like the person who has to guide everyone into doing the right thing here. Like I just love the fact they gave Hop Hop that chance. You have like Valeriana, like probably like a god or something. Like I don't know. She doesn't even say a word. She just lets them handle it themselves, and just having Hop Hop be the one. I don't know. It just feels so fulfilling.
It does.
Yeah, and that's when each of the girls get to have their goodbyes. So first up, we have Marcy, and she's talking to Olivia and Yunnan, and I guess who's the biggest Newt fan here? I guess.
I mean,
Man, we should get Lemur in to talk about Marcy.
No.
I mean, I did love this scene, and I love how they address the fact that Marcy didn't really care about them when she first arrived, beyond as ways to like fulfill her isekai fantasy.
Oh, Lemur.
Yeah, like, I won't lie. Like
Okay,
I won't lie. Like that's usually my favorite part of the scene. Just the fact that like they acknowledge that, right? Like, because I feel like Amphibia could have very easily just pretended, oh well, there's all this off-screen bonding they did, but no, Amphibia was like, ah, does that ever happen? We're gonna play with what we set up in season 2, and yeah, I mean, even without all that bonding, it still does feel very. I don't know, I guess a part of me still felt emotional somehow with this. Like,
Oh yeah, it was absolutely.
yeah.
yeah.
Lemur, do you want to?
It's sort of like Marcy regretting. I feel like it's Marcy sort of like, I guess, regretting how she spent some. I mean, yeah, it's her regretting how she spent some of her time.
Yeah,
But
Nick,
I mean, it doesn't matter now.
Nick,
She
I'm just
learned
gonna let Lemur get a shot at this.
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, Nick has just basically said what I was trying to say. It's just like the fact that, I there is this weird like thought that come to my head that made that, and it just said to me, is the lack of screen time of Yunan and Olivia kind of mirrors what Marcy's experience with them all along? And like, I don't know if like I'm pretty sure it's just a coincidence, but that's a pretty big coincidence because yeah, Marcy didn't really have a lot of time with spent with Yunan and Olivia, and they only spent time with like one episode. And yeah, it sucked because she would have loved to learn more about them. Like I want to learn more about them, but even then, it's just even with the lack of bond, even with the lack of time, the three of them did manage to bond in a way, and that bond somehow turned into something more, which okay, I can accept that.
Yeah. Sorry, sorry, Lemur, continue.
Whatever. It's just like, I mean, I'm. It's no secret that I'm not the biggest fan of these two characters, mainly because I don't really know much about these two enough to actually care in a more deeply personal. I still like these two characters, but just not enough to actually make myself invested in. But regardless, I'm still happy with the outcome that these two got.
Back
feel
to
like kind of.
okay, go ahead, Pickle.
I feel like kind of the thing that's kind of a larger reason. I mean, it's definitely she didn't get to know them as well as she could have if she hadn't been so caught up in like a, oh wow, fantasy adventure with my NPCs sort of mindset. But I feel like the person she really did get close to was Andreas, and that's kind of
Is
part of why.
Andreas, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then,
I know.
you know,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Marcy acknowledging Andreas, even after everything, is kind of nice. It's the closure to that relationship in a way.
I'm glad she didn't
And I know,
forgive him.
yeah.
But
And I
I'm
know, like, and oh, sorry. Go ahead. Keep interrupting. Go ahead.
I'm glad she didn't forgive him. I'm glad they didn't pretend like that's something you can just so easily forgive someone for, even with all the themes of the show being like, you know, oh, you can forgive people and everyone changes and it's important to accept them. It's like that wound was still fresh, and Marcy shouldn't, I don't think, have owed Andreas any sort of forgiveness after that. I mean, forgiveness is never something that's owed. It's kind of if you choose to give it thing. But I think the way they handled it with her kind of accepting and acknowledging that he did try to help her in the end, even after everything he put her through, was just a nice way to commemorate it.
And I think,
Especially with, like, oh, go ahead.
no, go ahead, Pickle.
Okay, I just have one last thing. Especially with, like, they don't show it all that much, but between them having like pins from each other up until like 10 years later, and what we get in the theme song takeover, I mean, it was very clear that pre-True Colors, Marcy really looked up to Andreas, and Andreas was beginning to really care for Marcy, which was the first person like in years and years and years. And even after the stab and everything, he was still that to her at some point, which means she can't forget either.
And I think
It
Andreas,
was
on some
thanks.
level, like believes this, and that's what like that's what's going to haunt him.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, and I won't lie, like, it's season 3 did an amazing job of just humanizing Andreas after like they showed how much of a monster he truly was in season 2, and it just and I will say, I mean, I don't, I'm happy. I'm just even if even what he did was completely awful. I feel like a part of me just is still happy that he did get this closure because I mean, I don't know. I guess in his own way, he was tortured for 1,000 years, and yeah, that led him to do some generally awful things. That yeah, of course, like was his own choice, but it's just the fact that someone who made so many mistakes still gets chances to feel at peace with himself. Like I feel like that's what I really love about Marcy, at least acknowledging him. Like she doesn't forgive him, but she at least does acknowledge that there was something there between them. And yeah, I mean, it's just and Anders, like you can see by his surprised look, like he hated himself for what he did to her. Obviously, like he regretted it completely. He was ready to accept Marcy just hating him, despising him. But then she gave him that. She gave him some little bit of peace that he never imagined he could still get from anyone.
Yeah, it's really astounding how they managed to make us sympathize for Andreas without attempting to redeem him.
Yeah, I think they walked the tightrope on that
They
perfectly.
really did.
I mean, they managed it, so good for them.
Yeah, and I guess we can go on to. Does anyone else want to talk about Marcy and Olivia and Yunnan? I think we covered most of it, but
Hey, Young Olivia, baby. Let me say that. Young Olivia. Young Olivia was
Yeah, we can
confirmed in
definitely
this
move
team.
on now.
no, okay,
Yeah, Young Olivia confirmed
okay.
right there.
Thanks, Lemur, for that. But yeah, like Olivia and Yunnan, like I like how I like that moment where they kind of, you know, you know.
You know.
And you know even harder later on. But
Yeah,
I
they basically say it outright.
love the send off that Andreas is getting. I love the fact that he's not dead.
Yeah, I was
Like,
expecting him. I was expecting him to die.
it's such a good subversion. Like, it, you just so many stories just off the villain because they don't know what to do with them afterwards. And yet here Andreas is. I mean, the core's gone, sure, but Andreas is the key villain throughout like 99% of the show, and he's still alive, and that's impressive.
And they show that it's not as simple as just doing one big act and then dying. And then you're redeemed or whatever. You have to actually put in the work to make things better.
Yeah, not only is he like didn't redeem himself, but he's like learning to like live for something else. He farms. Maybe he'll meet other people who he didn't hurt, and he can actually start a life over with.
Yeah,
Because
and
he is
just
kind
his
of
learning-
in his robot
his
He's
body.
learning to love himself.
his pose is also really good. Just like you can see how much he's filled with remorse. It's just so visible. It's beautiful.
He is a broken man in every sense.
He's broken.
I feel like, honestly, I feel like, because we know when All In, like he just gave up. Like he was ready to just lay down and die because he genuinely thought that there was like no way for him to start again, to start improving again, to start living again. And Marcy, gave him that spark. Like she didn't have to, but she did. And I feel like, yeah, that's why that's why he was able to keep going. Like he got that chance. Like Marcy gave him the chance he needed. So it's just like they have. It's like one exchange, just one line from Marcy to Andrews and one line from Andrews to Marcy, and it says so much.
It
Like while
really
saying so much.
does.
Yeah, and I think we can go on to Sasha and Grime, and they start off serious, but it just breaks down into a cry fest, and I guess Sunsfury, you can talk about this moment between them.
It's just ugly crying, and it's beautiful. And what is there more to say? These two have made such an impact on each other throughout the entire show. It's nice seeing them really just let loose and be absolutely ridiculous. And we get the nice nod to Percy and Braddock and Grime going to talk to them again. It's Yeah, I think I agree. It's nice not seeing Percy and Braddock appear because it helps send home the no, this was a permanent effect. Some of the things you do won't just leave. And yeah, I like the little message that sends by them not being here, showing up and saying,
Yeah.
"Oh, don't worry, Sasha, we forgive you," kind of thing. Because that's
You
not how
can't
it
always
works.
fix your mistakes.
Yeah, it just I really do feel for people who wanted more with Sasha and Olivia and Yunnan, and sorry, Marcy with Olivia and Yunnan, and Sasha with like Percy and Braddock, just to get that
That
closure.
closure.
Yeah.
But honestly, you don't always get closure.
Yeah, I know.
And it sucks. It sucks so hard. But I think this choice was a lot more impactful than any other choice they could have made.
Yeah, Sasha. I mean, with Marcy, we've already been over it, but with Sasha not seeing Percy and Braddock again, you know, she messed up, and it's not like Percy and Braddock owe her a second chance. Although it's always nice to give second chances, and it adds like a nice level of realism. Amphibia did really well making things feel real this finale.
You don't in the finale with the god cat and the giant moon.
Yeah, I know saying it after that. You know what I mean. Emotional
I
realism.
do. I agree completely. It feels, I mean, we said it before, it feels genuine.
Yeah, especially.
Also, I gotta say.
Oh no, go ahead, Pickle.
I gotta. Okay, I gotta say, Grime and Sasha's like goodbye was just hilarious and adorable. It's just, yeah, they're all tough. They're like tough guys. They're kind of like bros, but they just kind of break down crying. It's just really funny and feels very them, if that makes sense.
I love how how they've gotten to the point where Grime is willing to be so openly vulnerable with someone. When, I mean, we saw what he was like in the first season.
Yeah, I just.
And I love the guitar
Grime
riff.
is like one of the best parts of the show.
Oh, sorry, Nick. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Like I don't know, Grime just it's so simple compared to like a lot of the characters because he basically just goes from like asshole to down to earth guy pretty much. But it's like I don't know. They have so many scenes that just make it so worth watching him just grow and improve. And it's just and then this scene, like, damn, like Sasha and Grind just crying it out, like unable to even act professional. Because like, come on, like you. As soon as I saw how this was starting, I was like rolling my eyes. I was like, yeah, they would definitely act like this if they had to say goodbye to each other. And it's just, it's so dumb, and it just works really well.
Yeah, I like how like you have the Sasha's theme playing, and then when it cuts to Grime, like you have like the it's like that guitar solo at the end of a song where it's like super.
Yeah.
I guess it reminds me of like the last part of weird of what's that Queen song? Um, oh, We Are the
There's a lot of
Champions.
Queen songs.
Sorry,
Oh yeah.
We Are the Champions. Like the very end where they're giving the last part of the chorus, and you have like the guitar solo, like not guitar solo, just the guitar like riffing away at those last like few chords, like.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's just yeah, it just
This
ends
does
on
make me realize, we never got a Grime theme, which is a little sad.
and it just it it, it just breaks your heart when you go from this like comedic shot of them embracing to just the Planner family just there.
This is the one that hurt. This is the one that broke me.
Yeah. Yeah, we start off with like Anne says goodbye to each of the planners, and first so first we have Anne and Polly, and we get we get the sibling moment where like Anne calls Polly her little sister, and that's it's just perfect. With we remember Anne and Ollie, just them.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Go ahead.
The,
Who's please
the,
someone.
what's the name of that episode?
Sorry, it's so hard to talk about, man.
Go ahead, Pickle.
What's the name of that? The Lost in Utopia. Yeah. It's just that was. It's kind of like a. I don't know. Yeah, that's where the Pa'an thing came from, right?
Yeah.
It really just it shows you how much like they've become a real family, you know?
Like, because remember back in season 1, it's like first, very early on, like Polly saw Anne as a creature, and then like throughout the season, like before Polly got legs, usually like Anne would be like carrying her around in her hands, and
Yeah.
And now here we are.
yeah, I just love how we keep coming back to Polly taking over the world, and without
Yeah,
Anne as her moral compass, she probably will, and it's
that was really funny.
it's funny and sweet. It's everything, and
And the goodbye to Hop Pop was just heartbreaking.
yeah, like, especially like we saw Hop Pop was like the first one to in this episode to bring up the goodbyes, and even last week he always knew this day would come and try to consult Sprig about it. And
I I, I, I just love the fact he got his own chance to be emotional because Hop Hop has he's always been the strong one in situations like these because he knows like someone has to be the tough one to make sure the right thing gets done. And he finally gets to drop that guard and just talk to Anne about how much she means to him. Just,
Yeah.
God, yeah.
And
and just
oh, go ahead, Sunsfury.
just how Hop Hop says, if you ever need a home cooked meal or you're on room back, just drop by. Even though both of them know it's not a
Yeah.
possibility, it's just the continue.
It's so heartbreaking.
Beautiful, and I'm crying. Stop making me feel.
Yeah, especially
Yeah,
like.
even
Oh, go ahead.
I mean, it really is a demonstration of how to the very end, Anne will always be family to Hop Hop, no matter what.
And I love Anne brings up how like she thanks him for taking her in and how she's grateful to be a planner. And I love Hop Hop just we saw Hop Hop casually bring up how he sees Anne as a granddaughter. And
just putting that in there, yeah. Like
the scene
it was
just
a big deal.
the scene hammers in the whole Anne is a planter and his family thing here, just to make it hurt even more.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, I'm so
Right.
blessed to have a granddaughter like you. Like, oh, man.
Like, man, it works so well
so
because
much.
they so rarely in the show ever try to remind you that she's a plant. I feel like the fact that it's so rarely mentioned that she's Rick's sister, Polly's sister, like Hop Hop's granddaughter. Like I feel like the fact that you so rarely bring it up is just what also just makes the scene have like this extra oomph to it.
Yeah, and
It also just drives home that this really is goodbye. Like this really is it.
Yeah, you can just feel it. Like this is everyone pouring their hearts out because they just know like this is like the last time they're going to see each other, so they have to make sure it's meaningful. They want them to know just how much they really mean to them, and just yeah, it hurts. It hurts to see. Yeah, it hurts. It hurts to watch this.
and then we also Anne brings up the family always finds each other line from the sleepover, not from the
Aquarium.
day aquarium episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I think
Is it?
we can go on
Yeah,
to.
we gotta talk about Sprig.
Yeah, I know.
It's time.
Rook, you can. I know, Rook. You wanted to. Do you want to start? Or do you want me to? Do you need anything? Like we have while Anne and Hop Hop are in their goodbye. Like Anne overhears. She hears Sprig, and Sprig is trying to contain himself
And failing.
and failing. I guess let me
Yeah,
bring in Rook. Rook, your mic's muted, but I can't hear you at the moment. But okay, so Sprig, man.
yeah.
He was
Like,
trying so hard.
It's
like,
that's to the
he was
voice
trying.
actor.
Go
He was
ahead,
trying
Pixels.
so hard for Anne. Like,
Yeah. Justin Felbinger, is that how you say his name? Right? His last name?
Fel.
He did a
yeah, I think
really
so.
great he did a really great job with like everything. Especially like the crying portion. That's weird for me to say, and I don't blame people. But like I've seen a lot of people do like the most fakest cry ever, and it
Oh,
doesn't feel like meaningful. But this one in particular is like felt real. You know what I mean?
I absolutely know what you mean.
Yeah, just
Yes.
10 out of 10 for 10 out of 10 performance from him.
11 out of 10.
Yeah, the crying in Amphibia, or at least the important stuff, always feels like way too hard.
I mean, he was like grabbing onto he was like squeezing the hat. He really didn't want her to go, but it hurt. It really, that's the one that got me. The Sprig
Yeah.
one.
Like that detail of him just twisting his hat. Like he's
Twisting his
working
hat,
so hard.
his hair flowing through the wind. It's just the music too. Ah, the music. The music in that scene. It's just it's one of the best finales ever, in my opinion.
It is without even a second of a doubt. It is.
Like I just love the fact that Anne was doing like relatively well, right? Like she had some tears falling, but then it's just once she has to deal with Sprig, that's when like can't even hold anymore herself.
Yeah, and we kind of get Anne tells Sprig something similar that she told Marcy, like except here it's a little more like talking about the world between them, the worlds between them, and what we get one more Spranne against the world.
The one last Spranne against the world, man.
I was anticipating that all episode.
They said the line. They said the line. Ah.
It's the last one ever since True Colors.
Yeah, we haven't gotten it since then.
Yeah, it's been a season. Like I know, like last week I was kind of like going through Sprig's birthday to see if there's like one snuck in, but
No.
nope. The Spranne.
They started. Oh,
go ahead. Upsells.
I was gonna say when they first met, they said that line, and when they're leaving each other, they said that line again. This shows how impactful that saying alone means.
Oh, hey, Rurk.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, Rurk.
How are you feeling about this?
Just give me a minute, alright? Just give me a minute.
Okay.
To compose, got it.
All right, you gotta compose yourself. I understand.
Yeah, busy working
Me
for
too,
Siri.
Rick.
Okay.
This ending messed all of us up.
Okay, I think Rook's ready.
Okay, so I think I'm ready to give my thoughts out now. So first of all, I want to say that I don't want to discredit Hop Up and Polly's farewells because they were so amazing and heartwarming and depressingly well done as they were. You really felt like every planter's connection to Anne, and you really saw that with how much heartbreak you feel when they say goodbye. Now, with that being said, this is the scene that broke me. I ugly cried, man. Especially when Sprig started to squeeze his goggle hat. You really felt how much he knew that he could never... This was the last time he's ever gonna see Anne again. You really felt that. And you felt that instant gut that you wanted to cry along with him. Anne and Sprig's friendship is the heart of this show. It's what kickstarted this show. It's the show's roots. And this scene was just a gut puncher for me. Sprig and Anne's crying and knowing what has to happen next felt so real. And it wouldn't have hit this hard if we didn't see their friendship all the way through this entire show throughout all 3 seasons. When we first saw them in Anne or Beast, they were complete strangers to each other. Like, Sprig saw her as a beast. And we've seen their development from beginning to end, from them becoming friends and then becoming best friends, to them becoming the most important people to the world to each other. We saw that all the way through. We've seen them vent to each other about how they felt about their parents. You saw Anne throwing a big party for him on Sprig's birthday. You've seen them have fun throughout many episodes. And now that we're at the tail end, we're left with this consequence that they'll never see each other again. all they'll have to rely on is their memories and their eternal love for each other, as well as Anne's one, which she does give to her. They said, and Anne said this, like, they will never forget each other to the death, no matter how many worlds apart they are, or how many years go by. I can't stress enough how much build up this moment had to make for it to be such a tearjerker. Because this is the main friendship of the show. And this is everything that the ending and how emotional it gets, it's built upon. It's just amazing, it's stellar, it's well thought out, but at the same time, it's just heart-wrenching for us fans, especially for those who really paid attention to this friendship. God, it crushes your soul. So yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say. I love this scene so much, and against Spranne against the world.
Beautifully said.
Yeah,
Well done.
thank you, Rook.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Really beautifully worded.
yeah, like we get that. Yeah, the planners embrace again, and we get that moment with the girl. Like each of the girls, like have a bit more time with the people they've met in this world, and then Valeriana like comes over and kind of gives the look that it's time, and we get that portal opens up one last time. They right before the girls are about to walk in, they give their they give a bow for this show.
Yeah,
I love the bow.
that was so
It just
good.
it
The bow
sends
was
home the
perfect.
finality of everything. You see that
Yeah.
bow and you go, "It's done. This is
This is
happening.
it.
This is the
It's-
end."
It's
And
like they said their
you
goodbyes to all the
applaud.
amphibians, and that was
It
their
gave me
goodbye to the
show
audience.
vibes.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
bow
it
was
was
as much
goodbye to
for
us.
us as that bow was for us. And God,
Gave me. Have any of you watched the Truman Show? It kind of gave me those vibes.
yeah, it had a bit of a Truman Show vibe to it.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't even think that's the hardest moment of the entire episode. It's the one afterwards.
Yeah, like,
Oh yeah,
and
Yeah,
We're getting to
just that bow, like that bow, just it's perfect. Like I don't know who came up with that idea, but thank you for doing that. That like it's such a grand way to tell us that it really is over.
yeah, and then just like just before Anne walks into the portal, um, Spriggs there one last time, and you get that last like beautifully animated shot of just them hugging, and
The lighting was beautiful too in that scene because it was right next to the portal, and like
Yeah.
this show. Fuck.
Incredible animation.
This show
Yeah,
does
it-
things to you.
It hurts so much to rewatch that scene. It hurts so much.
It's so beautiful.
We're welcome to the pain cast, everybody.
I'm just scared to rewatch the episode where they say Spranne against the world.
oh yeah. It's rewatching this show is gonna be tough because
season one, guys.
Season
one.
Season one is gonna be so hard to watch.
God,
Look,
rewatching and
They say the line, I'm
Beast.
gonna burst tears. I'm gonna burst out in
Honestly,
tears. Like,
I think on
Every time
rewatches,
I see Spranne, every time I see Sprig on screen, I'm gonna think about that final frame, which we're gonna get to it later.
I think basically when I do rewatches, I'm just gonna skip like the second half of the hardest thing. Just like, yeah, no, we don't need to
Stand
ugly
it.
cry again. I don't want to deal with that just
Well,
You want an
what
edited
Paul's
you want an
saying
edited
is-
version of the beginning of the end all in and the hardest thing being compiled into one video.
But you just chop off the part where the hardest thing ends.
You know what? Just have the show end before the credits of before the
all in.
credits of All In. There you go.
Just
No. You have the show end when Anne gets sent back to life, and that's just it. That's just the end.
That's it.
Everybody,
That's the end.
yeah.
Oh, that's it,
I think
everybody.
you should just play the clip where the music box disintegrates in Valeriana's hands backwards and just be like, "Oh wow, it unbroke itself." That's all.
Yeah. Guys, this is crazy.
Wow. Oh,
Wow, very convenient.
Yeah. So
Wow, that was a rough battle, but we all learned things. I think we're gonna remember this for as long as we live our lives together as a family.
and there's that shot of the single leaf falling back onto the ground after the portal closes.
That fell out of man's hair.
And then like you guys mentioned, like the box just disintegrates. Like it's
Oh
finally
yeah, yeah. Sorry about that. Well, where you guys thought about that?
What do you mean?
what
About the box
Okay.
disintegrating along with the gems.
yeah, we're just about to talk about it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna ask. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. And yeah, so I guess like we've seen I know this is probably just like a dramatic thing because we've seen the gems weren't necessarily like their power wasn't like used up, it was just like transferred, so maybe that's why the box was still okay. But here it's just like, yeah, I don't know what happens to the box. I guess just for the sake of the story, it's just like the gems are done, there's nothing left, it's time for the box to go too. But
Yeah, it's the end of that chapter of Amphibia.
Yeah, they're saying very strongly, no more box, no more portals.
Yeah. The box
So
disintegrating is at least partially Matt slapping up a giant sign saying no more portals.
Yeah, it
okay.
kind of is. I feel like.
yeah, and then
So
we
like,
get that what now moment with Hop Pop, and
Yeah.
him, like Olivia like mentions rebuilding, and then Grime about the unity. Like it's a new age for Amphibia, and
It is. What were you gonna say, Lemur?
oh, I was gonna say like the box disintegrating is more like symbolism instead of like actual like direct link to the gems.
yeah,
Well, yeah. I mean, you know that I'm a filthy doylist, so that's how I see it.
Okay.
and just before the scene ends, we get that that Polly gets the last word, or gets that moment where just a single strand of hair like bursts out of her head.
Dude, yeah, that was like the uplifting moment we needed. Like, I'm so happy they gave us that.
Like in the moment, I was like wondering like why, and then like once we get there, I was like, oh, okay, like
Oh, makes sense.
I guess, yeah, I guess we can go into the time skip. I think we're ready.
Christ.
Yeah.
Christ.
I've got so
Jesus.
much to talk about here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like we get
I'll
that.
try to contain myself.
We cried again, by the way, in this scene, the time skip scene. So
Yeah, so I like how it's they start off with the transition of like Amphibia net right now, all barren, factories polluting the sky, and then you hear that like that banjo playing in the background, and everything switches to like this blush green, and with like the looks like Domino, some other killer moths flying by, and then when I first saw that hammer, like barrels hit warhammer like go down, I was like, okay, maybe it's Grime, and then you see it's Andreas.
Yeah.
I
dun
think
dun dun.
this is such a powerful moment here, and is really, really settles things. I think in a nice way. Just like
Yeah.
Andreas making reparations in the very obviously slow and arduous process. And also, there's Triple B there, by the way.
Yeah, they're
And
there too.
I
Yeah.
like him using Barrel's Warhammer as a tool here because it also sells the war is over. There's no use for these things anymore. We can settle and be
It's
peaceful.
the classic plows to it's the classic swords to plowshares motif.
Yeah.
And it really is just such a perfect end for his art.
Like he's.
Yeah, but he was in shackles.
I just love how content he looks. Like he's like, he looks. Yeah, sure. He's going to spend the rest of his life sort of making up for all the tragedies he caused. But like, I don't know. I do.
He has a beard. He has a beard.
Yeah, his beard's longer.
His eyes are grayed out.
Yeah.
He finally accepted mortality.
Yeah, I suppose
He's
he's
like-
just his metal body's gonna slowly deteriorate, so he has
He looked-
actual mortality going on.
He looked up and said, "Damn, I did that shit."
It's one I'm so glad because I wasn't expecting to think that, but I am so glad that they didn't wind up killing him off, even though I thought that's what they were going to do, and I was glad they were.
Also,
but
Andreas
they didn't,
now has,
and it worked.
Yeah. Also, Andreas now has leaves in his hair. I wonder who he's copying off of. That this person may have been a foil for him.
Yeah.
He also has Marcy's little gizmo that she gave him.
Oh,
Yeah, he has-
keychain.
Pointed out. Yeah.
And Leaf's little thing, like I love how like the influence of other people, like you can see that on Andreas throughout the series and how where that's gotten him.
Andreas ended up having 3 of the most important people in his life back in some sort of way.
Yeah. And
we sorry.
No, go ahead, PC.
No, I was just like, and then
like
kind of like, and then we see the triple beads with them.
Yeah, so I'm not entirely sure what, like I know he's doing like it's penance or something, but like he has chains, but he's not chained up to anything. But Triple B is there, and they're kind of chained up.
Chained up. I guess because they worked with him, they're also having to replant Amphibia.
I think he might be like. Go ahead.
Yeah, because they were all fighting for the bad side, so they have to pay reparations as well. It's like a thing. I think the chains are there more as a symbol than as a this is actual restraints.
Yeah. It also shows like what happens to all the people who fought for Andreas in the war. Like, yeah, they're doing their best to make amends as well.
Those analysts ended up doing field work in the end.
How long have you been sitting on that one?
So long.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Their ass.
I think the Chains Knight
He
also
waited.
hold him together because he's like kind of a rusty bucket at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess we can go to.
There's just something about seeing him with a smile and the fact that, like, sure, he's going to be doing this probably the rest of his life, but like, I just love the fact that he's found peace and he's found something that he can feel committed to without pain, right? Without feeling like guilt, shame, hate. Like instead, he's working to rebuild Amphibia, and that's an amazing. I feel like that's a great conclusion for him.
After 1,000 years, he's finally doing something right.
Yeah,
like he's finally making a difference for the better.
Yeah, he's using his power for good. It's like Leaf asked him to, like it's.
He's not doing it for validation of anybody else. He's doing it to be proud of himself.
Because, like, if he wanted to escape, he could. He's still a giant cyborg king. He could, but he's not. He's just doing it because it's the right thing to do.
Yeah, and I guess it's time to go to the next part of this epilogue where we get the recreation of the very first scene of the series, where
Jesus.
I guess right before that we get
This is
we
so
get one
cool.
more guy on the dragonfly joke.
Yeah.
So I like this
that was-
now.
Even
He's
he
been up there
learned a
for
lesson
months.
about change.
Honestly, that
Yeah.
joke is really great because it also sells the, this world is more peaceful than it used to be. Like, even the animals are nicer. And this guy who keeps on getting carried away, you know what? It's not so bad anymore. He's not being eaten.
Yeah. And he learned to accept the change in his life, which was being, carried,
Being carried, not eaten.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what their story is. Like, how? Because I'm assuming he gets to come down, but
No.
Yeah, but not for long.
yeah. So
No, he never comes down. He's up there forever.
yeah, and then that's when we get like the Wally leaving Stumpy's, and I guess the difference is night and day, literally, because well, I think Stumpy's. Yeah, like
Well,
Stumpy
first off,
has
Stumpy's is just nicer because
because
Anne helped
Anne
fix it up that one time.
right
And also, Stumpy's is now serving Thai tea pancakes with
yes,
maggots.
Yes.
Love seeing those influences around.
and then
She's
Wally.
still, yeah.
Oh, go ahead, PC.
No, I'm saying like her influence is still affecting stuff as just intrinsic as Stumpy's.
Yeah, like that, and then we'll get into that later. But it does play into the theme they were trying to sell to us at the end, right? Like that message. But yeah, we'll get that to it later. I don't want to
Yeah, like Wally walks out with his lush hair, and they mention a ceremony, and then this time instead of falling over in the off screen, he bumps into right when you see that bow, you know it's coming up, and we get to see
Yeah,
It's her.
older Polly,
Polly,
and that
Polly,
redesign.
man.
Oh man, it's like
Yeah.
I love old
Yeah.
Polly. It looks almost exactly like an old Polly design that was floating around the fandom for a while.
yeah,
I just love
the
it.
oldest one I can remember had the overalls and the untied hair and the bow, and yeah,
I don't think
but
she's taller than Sprig though, which is unfortunate. I really wanted Polly to be taller than Sprig.
yeah, that would be
Sprig is like a
funny.
tiny amount taller.
Well, she's still a lot younger than him.
True.
I think. Well, I think
Polly's
that
just built different.
I think that old the old Poly design that we saw now was actually based on that old fan art that Tom said, because I think the fan artist actually became a member of the crew.
Oh, that's cool. I was gonna say, wait a second, isn't that not allowed?
Yeah. Weren't they credited? Yeah.
Yeah, they were
Huh.
credited.
Well, we should. Well,
Wow.
well, there you go.
Oh, that's great. But except instead of a mace, this time she has the wrench, and she's got the bandages from probably all all her injuries while working, and looking like
I
a
really love how they embraced smart Polly.
yeah. She's now like an engineer Sonic Boom looking character.
Yeah. And they it really kind of makes it clear that the person you are as a kid is not the kind of person that you'll be as an adult, which is also relevant.
And also, but Polly's still a kid though. Like she's gonna change even more, and
Exactly.
and I like how she has
But
the
this is-
one glove for work, and
Yeah. It shows that people change.
But yeah, even in this just one shot mirroring the very beginning, it shows a lot of differences. We've got nice Stumpies. We've got when he trips over something, they kind of laugh with him instead of at him. And before while he was kind of just the the creepy weirdo, and now they kind of, I mean, he's still a creepy weirdo, but they all love him, and he has like an actual friend instead of just bumping into a monster. He bumps into like someone he knows, and obviously Polly has legs and a whole body.
Yeah, Polly has a body now.
And Wally's like taking off his hat to people, and we see his wonderful hair that we never got to
He's
saw
not-
before.
Yeah, he's not hiding parts of himself anymore
Yeah. And then
because Anne taught him not to.
yeah, and then we get Polly is like the connective. Polly's the thing that kind of like connects all these like different scenes together as she runs to the planter home, and we get
we get this. Before, just as a side note, we also get the Bog and the Boys moving in service.
Oh right, yeah, the
little one for the tax collectors.
Yeah, remember when we thought Total Redemption would have the Bog return, but you know, we still got it with Jacinda. Jacinda is also mentioned in that sign, but
Oh, was she? I missed that.
yeah, like she kind of like runs their business, I guess.
All right.
Okay, so Charlie Nagelhout. She's
the artist.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, I love that because I remember just seeing that art such a long time ago. And I was like, dude, that'd be so cool if Polly ended up looking like that, and boom.
And there you are.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that's awesome. And yeah, we get to see Maggie and her sisters. They have their own little Maddie. It's not Maggie. Oh my god, Maddie has her.
Maggie.
Sorry, Maddie has her.
Yo,
No.
Maggie, come back.
No,
I'm disappointed.
Main character the whole time.
Yo.
Yeah, sorry about
Oh
that.
yeah, I remember that episode, Marcy and Maggie. Great episode.
Yeah, so Maddie has her own little potions hut, her own little witch hut beside the bakery. I mean, it's diverse products for their family business. It's like,
yeah,
and Mrs. Croker, like you hear like the musical. It's the same music from Hop Pop and Lock.
I won't lie. I'm very glad Miss Croker's still alive because I would not have given her great chances.
I mean, it hasn't been that long, right? In the
Yeah.
Wartwood flashback, at least.
Look, Miss Croker's old though.
Yeah, Loggle mentions that like she looked the same when he was young.
Miss Croker's actually the eyes of the god, just watching over that town.
Oh my god. Wait, so why does she have sexy pictures then? Where are you going with this?
It's all part of her super complicated backstory. You know, she met a god, fought a couple of other gods. Now she's just hiding.
Croker the God
So
Killer.
you're telling me. So you're telling me that Mrs. Croker is actually Kratos.
Mrs. Croker is all three of the stars.
That makes sense.
Calamity Croker.
Okay, I'll leave you alone to that.
But yeah, like
Where were we with that episode?
Polly was going around seeing people.
yeah, she just ran by Maddie's hut, and we get to see Loggle, and poor Loggle lost his gains.
Shouldn't have taken that cheat day.
Moment of silence,
the hardest
everyone.
thing
No,
could've been
moment of silence. Moment of silence.
I will miss Buffalo.
Wait, hold on. Moment of silence for Loggle's gains.
Rest in peace.
Okay, moment has passed.
We'll say the hardest thing could have been a 10 out of 10, but then he had to pull this. So unfortunately,
This honestly ruined the series for me.
Yeah, fuck, the show sucks.
Everything was great until they took away Loggle's gains.
The show sucks. 0 out of 10.
Yeah, sorry, Matt.
Matt, you fiend.
No,
You
don't worry,
Cash
don't worry.
cow.
They're going to address Loggle losing his gains in the next episode. That's what they've always done. It's always happened. Don't worry,
Yeah,
you
Oh,
don't
that's
need to worry
true.
about this. That
Season
every
4,
single time
season
something
4,
bad has
season
happened,
1.
the next episode addresses it really well.
You're
Don't worry,
right.
don't worry, don't
I
worry.
forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me of
Thanks,
that.
Don. Thank you, man. Thanks for
You're
reminding
welcome.
us.
Sometimes
I don't
people
know
need a
what you do
reminder
without.
after the rain.
I don't know what we
Bro,
do
for
without you keeping our heads on straight.
Son, you're the
Okay.
man. You know that?
Amphibia epilogue.
So
You're
I guess
welcome.
so. Continue on with this epilogue. Like we
We're
get
going through the stages of grief right now. Holy
Yeah.
crap.
We're going through all the stages of grief about
God.
Loggle's gains.
Oh my god.
yeah. So we got Joe Sparrow arrives to Wartwood with Olivia, Yunnan, and Grime, and
With their baby.
Yeah.
Jones.
yeah. So
The
Joe
spawn of the devil.
Bessie is
What do you
not a
mean?
devil.
The
She is a
Hold on, that's
beautiful
not yet, not
creature.
yet, not
Don't
yet.
say
We've got to
that.
talk about, like, Grime growing a beard and it looking
Beard
good.
Grime is back, baby.
No, Beard Grime
Woo!
is back.
Let's go.
I'm so proud of him.
But yeah, and Toadie's the mayor of Wartwood now.
Yeah.
Woo!
That's just-
I love his monocle.
I think that's very notable because it's like, isn't that the first time that a frog actually became like a political figure
Yes.
in
He
Amphibia?
is the first frog
Yeah.
mayor. He's the
Yeah.
first frog mayor of Wartwood.
He looks great too. Got his hair and all that stuff.
Wait, isn't Toady I thought here I thought Toady was a toad. He said Toady's a
No,
frog?
Toadie's a frog.
Toadie's a frog.
Don't
We still don't know why.
He's a frog.
Wait,
Yeah.
Really?
That's a joke.
Huh?
Wait, when did they confirm
Yeah.
that? When was
Well,
that
no,
confirmed?
you can tell because of frogs and toads have different anatomy. Toads have like the weird frogs and toads have like different kind of eye setups.
Also, they called him a frog a few times.
Oh, did they?
His
Mhm.
name is just Toady for the pun.
Huh? Oh. No, I guess I don't know. It's easy.
Nick
Yeah.
is devastated by this fact.
Damn, Nick.
Damn.
But hey, Toady made history, so hey, good for him. I love that little guy.
Yeah, and then also we get that moment with Olivia, where
Yay.
Yo, Olivia.
Horrible.
yeah they're
Yo,
talking about
Olivia.
settling down.
Horrible.
Yeah.
Man.
And they look great as a couple.
Yeah, I love the new designs too.
Yeah.
I know of Yunan's dress is based off something.
Yeah, that's what I was
just don't
thinking
know.
too. Like I'm trying to look up.
It's based on something. I looked up too. Like I couldn't find it. It's like
That's
it's based on
recognizable.
something. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's recognizable. I think it's like some love movie or some crap.
Probably.
Okay, nothing
I
from the
just don't
Princess
know.
Bride. Let me check.
You just
We
gonna
all went
check
to
all movies?
Yeah.
Not all.
Yeah, just check it. Just check all movies, starting with The Princess Bride, of course.
Maybe Jack Sparrow. No, that's
I doubt it.
we'll have to
It
ask.
should be so. It should be simple. It should be
Probably
simple.
Hamilton.
I'm sure you'll remember as soon as the podcast ends.
Like,
But
Anyway, so we see them arrive. Olivia calls Yunan sweetheart, which is yes.
I wish Yudan got to finish that quote one last time.
Yeah, I
one
was really
last.
hoping she was. Yeah. Damn it, Olivia. Why do you keep interrupting her? Like, it's funny when she says it.
But
Look, clearly the finale is all about taking away things we love.
yeah.
Yeah, versus. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Could have been a 10 out of 10. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and then Polly like arrives to the planter farm, and Frobo and Michelangelo are there tending the crops, and Frobo's got his little farmer hat.
It's also Hop Pop actually got his avocado farm.
Yep,
He did.
yes.
and he's
Yes.
just chilling with Sylvia, and I like
Finally
how
gets to relax for a bit.
I like how Frobo went from like War Machine to I guess Big Pharma once they build their empire.
He's gonna be so rich.
Yeah, but yeah, Frobo is like another example of the whole swords to plowshares thing that has been very prominent in this finale.
Yeah, and there's a ceremony about to start, and Sprig's in his usual spot, and we see Sprig in the basement. Like it seems like he's documenting everything that's
Mhm.
that
I think he's adding. Is he adding on to the journal, or is he making a new journal?
I think he's adding on.
it's a new journal, I think, because the book's a lot thicker.
Hmm.
And we see Sprig's design, like he's grown out his hair a little bit more, and it's got a red bandana, and it kind of reminds me of his original design. He was meant to have one.
Oh yeah.
I think the red
Weed.
bandana might be
Great
from
And he was
Hive Tooth,
weed.
It was weed.
Weed. I mean,
but
I'll admit I loved this, but for Sprig's redesign, it felt like a little. I would have liked a little bit more. I still loved it, but it just felt like Sprig, but with slightly longer hair.
I think it's because we were like so shocked by because Polly was just a ball, so like her redesign kind
Yeah.
of like set the bar.
That's fair.
and it's only been like, I don't know. I mean, there's not a set time, but it's not. It hasn't been that long.
Yeah, it hasn't been the
Well,
10
It's
years.
been at least it's been at least a couple years though.
But I think it could have just been like a few months to make a statue for Anne.
I don't know. I'm look. That seems very fast considering how far out Andrius's beard has grown, and like Grimes, and I guess it could just be a couple.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
They don't give us a time. We don't need an exact time anyway.
yeah, and then they all head out to the ceremony, and it's revealed to be a statue dedicated to Anne. And the plaque says, like, Anne
We miss
Boomshoy,
you,
we
girl."
miss you,
I
girl.
miss you, girl.
And Sprig gets ambushed by Ivy, and she has the red sunstone or sun shell
Yeah.
around her cape, and I like how they kind of kept the same color from her hat on the cape now, and
Yeah. About the statue itself, and this started with ironic Loggle love, but we're gonna go into some legitimate Loggle love. When Loggle first made the statue, he made it out of wood because he doesn't work in metal anymore after the accident. But for Anne, he made it out of metal, and I just love that.
wait, is it metal or stone? I thought
it was metal.
It's
It looks
metal.
shiny.
It
It's
is
metal.
It is metal.
And I love how even with so many tiny little ways, Anne's influence is still making Wartwood better.
It's just the effect of a good leader, like when you have someone that is like worth believing on. Like, yeah, you could definitely see the effects that she had that they have on people, and Anne is someone worth believing on.
Yeah, like just like I just love the fact that even without Anne there, like just like the love, experiences, the memories and shit, like that's still present. That's still a beating heart of Amphibia. Like it's still there. Just
Yeah,
like she said, to
'cause
be there.
it's not about her being there. It's about the things she left behind.
and
Yeah.
it's very quick, but each of the players have like a different expression when they reveal that statue.
Pop-Pop's
Pop-Up was
face.
sad.
Oh, yeah.
That hurt.
Polly was Polly's like,
Proud.
and
Yeah.
Sprig is, and kind of proud too, I think.
Sprig is reminiscent, I think.
Yeah, Sprig's
Yeah,
reminiscent.
Sprig looks someone between.
Mm.
And then when Ivy arrives, like she mentions that Grime, or I guess everyone at Newtopia, wherever they're ruling from now, they discovered like a new continent that's been undiscovered, and
Reptilia spinoff. Let's go.
Because with the moon gone, the tides are also gone, and potentially that opened up some new lands that were underwater before the moon exploded.
I mean that's not
Maybe.
exactly what happened, but yeah, that's an interesting
But like
setup.
it's a possibility. It is a saying.
But yeah, and then Ivy asks Sprig if he's down for another adventure, and then he just gives that one last look at Anne.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really. There's something like. I can't really put it into words, but there is something really powerful about. Like, this story is about how Newtopia conquered other worlds to find new stuff when there was something new that they'd never seen before right here the entire time, and they just never bothered to look for it.
Like I imagine it
we
as
don't
like,
really,
oh, go ahead, Pickle.
we don't really know if they knew about it or not. We don't really know the circumstances surrounding how this new continent even came to be in the first place. But I do think that the point is like important that they were looking so far. They're like, we gotta conquer other worlds. They forgot about like the adventures they could have within the unexplored parts of Amphibia, within the world itself.
Yeah. It's extremely powerful for me, at least.
And I know.
mean,
oh, go ahead, Pickle.
it's mostly about like how much you care about it, because all the frogs now, like Spring and Ivy, they really care about Amphibia, and that's something that the ancient newts never did.
No. It's definitely something the core never did.
Oh yeah.
And I know it's a generic pose for the statue, but like I like how Anne's kind of like pointing. She's kind of like a compass for them.
Yeah.
But yeah, just that last shot of Sprig looking back at Anne.
Like I just love how they all just look up to that statue because it's like Anne's still, watching over them, just being there with them.
I just keep thinking about what will the future generations of Wartwood will think about Anne. Like,
I think Sprig's gonna have recorded all their adventures.
Yeah.
That phone is still on since like for 10 years.
Well, they probably went to the Zappy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they can just zap beat it. Plus, Polly's smart. She can probably figure out a way to charge it.
Yeah, and they probably have advanced technology now since everyone's like grouped, united as one. So
yeah,
planters are gonna be really rich after this.
God.
Yeah, like even during the series, like the planners were already like even though they were like outcasts, they were still like deeply rooted in the history of this world, and that's just going to continue now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because like without Andreas now, the planters can now finally go ahead and influence the world like how Leaf did.
Yeah, and before anything else for the Wartwood epilogue, before we go into the art stuff.
It's this place, man.
Okay.
It's our last time with Warwood, and I mean, it was an amazing send off. It was a really heartfelt one. Like, just it was a good way to see them off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was really good to see that Anne's influence is still there with him.
Yeah, and then
honestly, I would have liked to see some of the influences that the other two girls had, but I know that's not important. And what we got is already great, so I'm not really complaining.
yeah, at least Grime and Olivia and Yunan were able to like they at least got them into
Attend the
Wartwood.
ceremony, yeah.
Yeah, just to
Yeah, we got
Which-
that.
Which is something that they would never do originally. Well, willingly, of course. Like,
right. And then I guess we can go into the Earth stuff. Um,
I'm so excited
Yeah.
for this part.
like yeah, like so Sasha's picking up Marcy from the airport, and it's been 10 years since the events of
Bit of a
Frogvasion,
joke.
which may or may not have been a hoax.
that's very relevant to that's very relevant, I would say.
Yeah, and then
Frogs can't melt steel beams and all that.
Right.
yeah, so Sasha and Marcy reunite. They catch up a bit, and I guess
Before we continue, there was like a little joke. Marcy at the gates.
Mercy
Wow.
at gate.
Oh my god, bro.
Wow.
I really love that.
Wow.
What the fuck?
I love that so
I
much.
didn't even, oh my god, I never realized that. Pixels, you monster. You monster.
Yeah, Mercy is
Pause.
at the gate.
The gates.
Yes, the
Oh
gates.
my god.
What do you mean
Marcy.
monster?
Oh my god.
We also get like actual long drawn out Sasha and Marcy interaction.
Mhm.
yeah. I guess like
Oh,
I guess Sunsfury, you can talk about what Sasha's doing now.
Well, as you've noted, oh right, yeah, just like going into psych seems very much like checks out with kind of her growth and her acknowledgement that I've been through exactly the kind of things that I want to help people go through. Like, she wants to pay it forward effectively what Anne has done for her, and I like that. Also, I enjoy the hair and sword patches that she's got around the place.
Yeah, like that's some sort of like logo now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sasha, I guess she started something that uses those swords as logo. I'm unclear, but I love it.
Oh, I think at least part of it is just she's keeping it as a memento. We also see a little sticker of the guitar she uses in Battle of the Bands as well. And of course, the little by heart there.
And
Of
Matt
course.
confirmed it.
Yeah,
Is it?
it's subtle, but it's like nice and it checks out, if
Yeah.
you know what I mean.
Yeah,
I just-
it's just nice to see more than anything else.
I just love Sasha being a psychologist slash therapist, so like child helper, because it's like it's so perfect for her character arc from being a selfish dick, a selfish jerk to
No,
someone who is.
Kelvin's dick still works. That still works, leave it, don't worry.
I'm sorry. I don't. I wanna say something that doesn't really isn't vulgar, but yeah, it's like from being selfish to being helpful. It's honestly perfect for her, and like
Yeah.
considering her VA, yeah, also perfect. It just comes full circle.
Yeah, I think back in an AMA, like someone asked about Sasha's like orientation, and like Matt mentioned, it'd be like addressed in some way, but I think people were kind of like we were all kind of like unsure how that would translate to the show, but we get a,
I'm just
He just said, "Stay tuned."
Yeah, and
I-
there we go.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm also kind of glad that that her being bi is just a neat info about her. It's not her defining trait. but it's just something that is very neat to know about.
Yeah, and
It's just part of who she is. I also, if we're gonna be, are we talking about like just that whole conversation on the drive back?
I was just going to bring up like Marcy also had some little like mementos on her bag, but yeah, like
Oh,
Yeah,
oh
wait.
my.
Marcy
Let's get
stands
into that.
Bakugo,
Yeah,
which is
she's a
pretty
Bakugo
cringe.
fan. What the
Yeah.
fuck, Marcy?
That's
Why?
that's kind of
Marcy needs
cringe,
a whole new
Marcy.
redemption.
She's a
She's
Bakugo fan. Holy shit.
Sorry, Marcy.
All
I
her
love you,
character
but
development
that's
got an instant.
Like,
uh
oh,
reduced
what
to
happened to her?
ashes.
Adam Colas is a Bakugo shipper.
Oh no.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
But
Oh man, but I mean, it's just really heartwarming. Like, I love the fact that Marcy still hasn't like gotten over being clumsy. Like, she still tripped before she gave Sasha a hug. Like, that was just really nice.
Which is also
she's still Marcy.
I also just
Yeah,
love
like
that even after. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Pickle.
oh sorry. I think they just do a good job. You see the characters for like 2 seconds and you kind of get 90% of what's changed and 90% of what stayed the same just right there. Just like from what they look like and from how they like say hello to each other.
yeah, and I guess Marcy's also working on
Webcomic.
a webcomic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Oh, go ahead,
Go ahead.
what
PC.
was that, Nick? Okay,
I mean,
no, I just you go ahead first, Nick.
all right. I mean, honestly, I was just gonna say, like, it's such a nice detail that, like, Sasha, like, asked her about the web comics, so that mentioned that she read it. Like, it shows that she's putting more effort, to actually like enjoy this stuff that Mars is into, right? And I just thought that was really nice.
Yeah, to care
There was
about
a
what
lot of
other
time.
people care about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also just love that even after everything that has happened with Amphibia, she never really let go of her interests. That's one of the things that I am actually worried about is that if Amphibia changed her too much, but I'm happy that that she actually stayed the same. Well, not really the same, but a little different.
Yeah, and then
I think it's I just really like personally how like we all thought that Marcy would go on to be like some scientist that solves world hunger. Like even the show said that. And at the end of the day, Marcy is still, Marcy is just kind of doing her own thing. She's not some crazy famous scientist like we all thought she would be.
I was like so
I
ready
love
for
that.
her to like.
I love that.
Yeah, I was just so ready for her to be like a Harvard alumni or something. Like the graph, like I was so ready for all that for Mars. But I love this too. It's just like she's still like yeah, she made big mistakes, but that doesn't mean that she shouldn't be able to like enjoy what she likes. Like no, I love the fact that she still found a healthy way to like have that in her life. It's awesome.
Yeah, she's still just kind of figuring stuff out and doing what makes her happy, and that's important.
And it's the same thing with Sasha too, with the patch on her jacket and the sticker. You can tell she still likes like sword fighting and like heavy music and stuff. It's not like she's given up what she likes to be less aggressive or anything. She's just found positive ways to do them.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
and then we get to then they start talking about Anne and how
It's her.
like Anne. So after Marcy moved away, Anne and Sasha they slowly kind of like found their own friend groups and but they still kept touch, and they all know and then they all like
And
they kind of tease what her job is now, and I know PC you can talk about that line.
which line?
Oh, like them how they found different friend circles and
Oh yeah. I mean that's just really nice. And I like how I mean no, I really enjoy how the show is like, yeah, your friend groups can still drift apart, but that doesn't mean you stop being friends.
Yeah, this is like honestly, this is the main reason why I love this ending so much, because it's literally what I wanted and what I expected from everything that has happened with the show, and it's just nice to see what you expected actually happen. Like, yeah, like they aren't as close friends as they used to be, but they still care about each other deeply. They just have different lives now, and that's okay.
Well, and like, just
Also-
because something ends doesn't mean it wasn't valuable in the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. I also want to add that this is kind of like a slice of life kind of moment, which I really like, because like this is what they're doing. Like they're living their
Yeah.
lives the best way they could, and we don't really see that often in the finales in the animation world. So I'm really glad Amphibia took that route.
It's like, it's very similar to the they lived their lives ending in Adventure Time, but it actually shows us that.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's when we kind of see that there's like a package for someone in the back seat, and
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, it says happy birthday. Like,
yeah.
we know that this is Anne's birthday celebration. Like,
Like there is not a second of doubt there.
I do
Yeah.
have a question about that, though.
yeah, I know, like the
Yeah,
timelines and
yeah, I know what you got.
Yeah.
Okay, so
But-
here's my thing.
late.
Okay.
Did it say exactly 10 years later?
No, but the
It's like
the news.
anniversary.
Oh,
But
the
you know,
news
the
said-
news. Yeah,
the
the
news said it
news.
at the anniversary. Yeah. Oh yeah. Late birthday.
Late birthday. That's what I'm going for.
What
It's like
That or
I'm
Star
going
Wars
for just don't think about it too hard.
6 months late.
I mean, yeah.
One day late. Just
I mean, maybe they just didn't want to like interrupt anything with their parents because they tried that once, and we all know what happened after that.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
do.
true. Yeah,
But
yeah, fair point.
I think we won't get an answer for that. That's fine. But
It is a little funny. Like, hold on a second.
Like, yeah, it's poetically perfect, but at the same time, it's like,
like, and then we get the final scene where we cut to an aquarium, and that's where we see Anne and her
oh my god.
her job.
Her new job.
She's like,
Herpetologist.
yeah, herpetologist.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Herpetologist
her with a B or P?
with a P.
With a P. Okay,
A P.
herpetologist. And yeah, she's running her own exhibit for for amphibians, I guess. And we see mostly frog stuff, and she's introducing. She's like basically like has like a little school group with her, and shows the South American tree frog, I believe.
I believe so.
Mm-hmm.
And like all the kids ask like all those questions, and then one kid asks about the name, and then you find out she's named him Sprig after a dear friend of her.
I mean, because of course.
Of course.
We all knew it.
Yeah.
You've also got to appreciate Tiny Sprig's habitat is just like a model of the plantar home.
Yeah, that was so good.
There's
And I mean, you
actually
can see that the entire Amphibia exhibit is like modeled after parts of Amphibia.
Mhm.
Yeah, I can see some of the,
I love-
the
yeah,
utopian.
there's so many spots.
I can see some of the utopian mushrooms in another shot.
There's Toad Tower above the Toad exhibit, and it even has like a little grime thing on it.
There's a mother of Olms above the entranceway.
And the Olm place is like has that purple color scheme that
Yeah.
Proteus had.
Ooh, are we analyzing the aquarium right now?
Yeah.
We are.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, it's just perfectly beautiful.
It is.
Yeah, I think
It's
when I saw the episode for the first time, right, I feel like I was doing pretty well emotion wise, but like it's when I got to this moment, like it finally broke me when I finally understood where the show is really going. Because I feel like a part of me thought there was still like a way back, like a door that was still open. But when I saw all this, I understood. Like I really just it really hit me. Like that's when I really understood that that was it. Oh, yeah. I was a mess. Like, I won't even lie. I was a mess. Oh, yeah. Damn.
Yeah, and
This is beautiful, though.
yeah,
Like, this is.
change can be the hardest thing.
they said the thing.
Like, I just the full. Like, did you guys already say the full quote?
I like.
Yeah, I've got it
Not like-
here.
Oh, I have it. Oh, you can go ahead and do it. Or I
Yeah.
think Thumb, do you have it? I feel like you should do it.
I don't have the
Yeah,
quote
yeah.
on me, but you can someone just post it.
Yeah, I got it right here for you.
Okay, so change can be difficult, but it's how we grow. It can be the hardest thing to realize you can't hold on to something forever. Sometimes you have to let it go. But of the things you let go, you'd be surprised what makes its way back to you. God, like, and you get
Yeah,
the
it's just so good.
Yeah.
and
Brenda song.
yeah,
Great.
That's when the episode just broke me.
We haven't even gotten to the end credits yet.
yeah, we haven't gotten the end credits yet. And like you have when Anne's giving that quote, you get the shot of like what at the right time where like Anne and where Sasha and Marcy are in that reflection, and as she goes to like embrace them again, you see you get to see Earthsprig there in the final shot with the end and the get lost in Amphibia sign up. It's
heartbreak.
It's
Like
just
that's when I.
yeah,
Like,
it's so
I just couldn't
perfect.
take it. Like it's so well done. Like.
yeah, and I guess before we get into the credits, is Impact here? Because I know he wanted to give some thoughts. Like whenever you can, just join in. What would you like to share with us? Impact, you there?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
There
you.
we
Oh,
go.
I can hear you now.
My mic wasn't working for some.
Ah, shit.
I really wanted to just kind of talk about what the show means to me. I don't know if it's all right I say it now or just after we're done with talking about the credits or
Yeah,
I'll go for it now.
yeah, you can go for it now because like I think the credits are going to be just like a little bit of side stuff. I think you're a nice person to like start us off into this process.
Okay. So one of the things I talked about this before when I first joined the podcast, like the reason why I watched the show twice, right? I watched it once on my first watch you on Disney Plus, watch the Owl House, but then I watched the show a second time. And, it wasn't just because the show was good. It was also because and the reason why I became a fan of the show in the first place was those themes of friendship and change. When I watched the show, I actually was in a friendship myself that didn't pan out too well. And it was still sad. I always feel sad that I had to stop it, but it wasn't it had its conflicts, and it's one of the reasons why I related to Anne so much as a character. Someone who kind of has a lot of self-respect for themselves at the end of the story. And one of the things that kept me watching Amphibia, and I think one of the lessons it taught me so much, was the idea of forgiveness, right? When you got to when Anne didn't just see people as bad or good, she saw the nuance in their relationship with Sasha and Marcy. She never had hatred towards them or annoyance or frustration. It was always making sure that it had some compassion to it. And I think a lot of people can learn something from that. And that's a lesson I'm going to keep for the rest of my life. Amphibia is always that show for me that, it's been a part of my life for 8 months now. I started when I came into the fandom when season 3 started. And that lesson of having that nuance, but still understanding the impact people leave on you and others around them is so strong to me, Never seeing anyone as just the good or bad guy. There's always nuance to it. And I think Amphibia will always mean something to me. And I just want to, it's crazy now that when I watch the show now, dude, I'm on a podcast talking about the show. That's crazy. I never would have thought that would have happened. I was just chilling, watching the show, talking on Discord, whatever. The fact that even I get the opportunity is nuts. And I just love this show. And I just love its themes of change, saying that change is okay. That shit hits hard, man. I've had friendships that have come and go, and I'll always miss them. And I just want to thank Matt and the crew for making such a great show. Everyone in that crew is a bunch of badasses, and they made one of the best shows I've ever watched in my life. This shit will still keep these memories of watching the show, of me analyzing it and enjoying it, and the friends I've had watching the show this shit's always gonna stick, man. I love Amphibia. Matt and crew, thank you so much. You guys are a bunch of badasses. Keep creating. Yeah, I love Amphibia, and I think all of us here love it too. That's it.
Thank you, Impact. Yeah, that was really well said. And
Yeah.
I guess, do you guys want to? I feel like once we get into the credits, I know there's some stuff that'll kind of bleed into the stuff that we've been talking about, that we'll probably talk about in this final scene, unfortunately, the full credits couldn't be. They couldn't air on TV because of the length, but on video, on streaming, and also video on demand, we'll get the extended credits, and we have the shot of. Well, first it starts off with a shot of Anne's statue. It cuts to all the weapons left by the girls at the place at Utopia before they left home. We get a shot of Toad Tower overgrown with tulips and I guess greenery. We get a shot of the Planet Farm probably before the events of all this madness, but it's all great stuff.
Yeah,
and
it's kind of hard to tell when that shot of Planter Farm is.
yeah, and then
Yeah.
Matt also mentioned that they pushed and successfully got to credit all the people who work on Amphibia overseas in the I guess in certain animation studios. I don't know if they're crediting people from Cyrom or Rough Draft Korea, but they do have there are people working overseas when they ship all these all this material over for it to get finalized and animated, and that's great.
And just bravo, so many studios do not give proper credit to their overseas animation. So just like, bravo.
Yeah, it's just
It's like everyone cared. Everyone cared.
Everyone cared
Everyone,
so damn much.
everyone cared.
like,
And then
like it really tells you like what it was like to work with Matt as a showrunner. Like when you just hear all these positive things they have to say about him and just working with the crew, like it really tells you like Amphibia, it's like a really special, sort of like once in a lifetime show. Like it's just
yeah, and
so damn special.
we get that final shot of a new photograph taken by Anne, Marcy, and Sasha, and
It still has BFFs on it.
That
Yes,
photo is everything to me.
but with
It doesn't have the
drinks.
tear in it. It's like that's like such
It's
a big part
intact.
of the original photo is that there's a tear in it, and that holds the symbolism with broken friendships and everything. And
Yes.
this is perfectly done. And
Also,
the drinks up the top are in the
Color.
order of their colors in the actual photo as well. It's just
Just
such a
so
nice
good.
bookend because
yeah.
the photo is such an important part, especially in like episode 1. Just
Oh yeah.
having taking a
And
moment
it
with
made
that
me
photo.
it made me so angry that got cut. Because
Huh?
Like
it's
Oh
that
yeah.
last thing is so important.
Yeah.
Just
But they
to
had
show
time
that
for
they are
ads.
And then
God.
the little text, the little text that says translated and says complete.
The end in Thai.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta say, like the Amphibia ending thing didn't really I didn't really process Amphibia being over until I saw the end credits come out and I just saw that photo. It was like, oh, they're older now. It's over. And it's just like it's over. Oh.
It's over.
Over. No, guys,
Also, do you
season
guys
4 next week.
yeah, real. Do you guys know who did that last image with the drinks in the photo? It reminds me of Rabbit's style with the like slight blushes and stuff.
I don't know who did it.
we'll
Part of
probably.
me almost wishes Matt did it, but I don't know.
Same.
I guess we'll find out like in the future, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's just gonna be so interesting. We're going to get so much. We're gonna learn so much more about this series as the years go on, and
God, I cannot wait to see interviews with Matt. I have so many questions I wish I could ask him.
I think next week he's
Yeah.
doing an interview with the cast with Cartoon Universe, so that's gonna be
Ooh.
Fantastic.
interesting.
Yo, Thumb, when are you getting him on here?
Please,
We'll see. We'll see.
you could bribe. It's okay.
Yeah.
Come on.
We know the real Grivet. Sorry.
What?
Don't worry about it. Inside joke.
But
It's
yeah, like just this is a good time to wrap up.
all right. So I mean, I have personal thoughts about this show, but I could talk about it for ages. So we are gonna have to obviously we can't talk about this forever as much as I want to.
Yeah, I wish we could like. I guess I'll give everyone just like maybe like 3 or 5 sentences like final thoughts. I guess starting with Pixels. Like anything else you wanna just say before we end tonight's recording?
Just thank you so much, Matt, for giving me this great show. Thank you to all of you guys in the podcast for making me feel so welcome in this community, which is really popular now in the animation community. And just thank you to everyone.
All right, thank you, Pixels. Lemur, any last words for tonight?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and mirror everybody what said, and like just want to say my deepest thanks to Matt Browley and to the Amphibia crew for making this wonderful show. This show has been a part of my life for almost 3 years now, and I don't think there's never going to be a show that has impacted my life as much as this one. I've experienced one hell of a story, wonderful characters, and most of all, I've met an very turbulent yet very amazing community filled with lots of people. And yeah, again, like, I also want to say thank you to everybody here in the Wartwood Gazette for for even allowing me to talk about the show that I love so much. And yeah, um I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart to Amphibia and to Matt Browley for thank you for everything. And I hope you have a well earned rest for a very long time.
Thank you, Lemur. Rook, any last words? I don't mean it like that. Sorry, but
Uh-oh.
When I started watching in 2019, I had no idea how many friends I was gonna make, what kind of community I was gonna get in, and what kind of changes like my life would go through, and the kind of fandom I was gonna enter. So I'm just gonna state my gratitude and appreciation for everyone involved with Amphibia, and I want to thank. First of all, I want to thank Matt. I want to thank who have always done amazing voice acting. I want to thank the crew, everybody involved in the crew, for bringing all of the show together, and I want to thank everybody in the communities I've met and the friends, great friends I've made along the way, and I'm just so happy that with this great finale, I just want to say a big, wonderful to just everybody involved. And lastly, I want to say thank you to Amphibia itself.
all right. Thank you, Rook. Sticks, any final thoughts?
I watched this show at a very critical time in my life, and it completely changed everything about what I wanted to do with my life, how I saw myself, what kind of person I wanted to be, and I cannot finish expressing my most sincere thanks to everybody involved in making this show and everybody involved in creating this community that has just been the biggest part of my life for in just less than a year, but it's already been so incredibly meaningful to me. And I'm not exactly sure what to do now that the show is over, but at the same time, I know exactly what to do, and I am very excited.
Thank you, Sticks. Chuck, is there any final thoughts you have on this finale?
I guess all I have to say is Amphibia taught me to love myself, and that if you that you anything is possible, and forgiveness, and what true friendship really is.
All right. Thank you, Chuck. Pixels, any final thoughts?
I already said my stuff. You mean Pickle?
No, I meant Pixels.
Oh, I already said mine in the beginning. I said like it's in
Oh,
that brownie.
oh my god!
Pickle.
I'm so sorry. Okay.
Oh my god.
It's early in the chat too.
Actual factual Pickle erasure.
My apologies. Okay.
That aside,
You're
So-
fine.
Skipping
Pickle
over all the
side.
P's.
So-
oh my god.
Pickle. any final thoughts on this episode?
well, I'm not gonna claim that like I can really sum it up so easily. I don't know. And a lot of the stuff I have to say is a lot like the rest of you guys. Thanks to the crew, thanks to this community, thanks to you all, everyone in this voice call particularly for engaging in conversations about interests that no one I knew in person when I first started the show would have ever cared about at all. But I guess, I started watching Amphibia during the pandemic when I didn't have much else to do at all. I was just sitting in my room all day with nothing else really. And I had only really talked to one friend regularly during the pandemic. And then, when I started watching Amphibia, I loved the show almost immediately. And I really connected with the characters. And then I found this incredible community and I connected with you guys. And I feel like I'll be remembering this community just as much, if not more, than I'll be remembering this show. And I think that's what sets my love for Amphibia aside than from the rest of all the other shows I've watched.
Thank you, Pickle. I'm just going down the list. Impact. Any final thoughts?
I kind of gave them already pretty much, but I will say I love Amphibia. I love this show, and I love these characters. Anne and Sasha will always be, for me, characters I can always really relate to, and I love this show. Thank you, Matt. Thank you for everyone on the crew, and you guys are a bunch of badasses. Keep on making. That's
Thank you.
it.
Thank you, Impact. Sunsfury. Any final thoughts?
Oh, what a show. What a show. It's been an amazing ride. It's been an amazing time. It's been great seeing Anne grow and relating to her across her journey. It's been wonderful talking about everything. And it's been a great ending. And how many shows can you say that about where you can say, yes, the whole journey was great? Not many. And to close it, and even in its ending, we still get left with an openness. There's closure to some of the story, but there's hope for more. There's hope for more, and I don't mean like, oh, there's hope for more Amphibia, but there's room to imagine. And I think that's beautiful. It's been a wonderful show, and it's been a wonderful time chatting about it. And it's been a blast.
Thank you, Sunsfury. PC, final thoughts on this episode?
Wow. Look, I've been around the block a couple times. I've been in a lot of fandoms. I've been around for a lot of finales, but there really was something special about this one. And I mean, like everyone else said, this came into my life at a time where it was where things were hard, and I'm just glad that this show was here when we didn't even really know we needed it. And I'm glad I was here to see it through.
Thank you, PC. Nick, final thoughts on the hardest thing?
Yeah, like I relate heavily to like what everyone's just been saying here. 'Cause when Amphibia first started like 3 years ago, I just saw it as like another fun, comfy show just to watch and just be entertained by. But as I continue it, as I just continued watching it, like I just started realizing like the deeper messages I had to pass on that I could genuinely relate to, and just think about for my life. And yeah, there was a time where like I did really reach like a really low point for myself, and I had this show and then the community, to help me bring myself out of that and just realize, what I really want out of my life too. And so just yeah, like I related just a lot to Anne, like these last few episodes, and just yeah, like I mean, I just agree with what you said, PC. Like I don't. This has probably been like my most special experience of any show I've ever seen. Like it's just so meaningful and touching to me. Like I relate to so much of it, and I absolutely just love being on this 3-year ride. Like it's like yeah, it's not the first time I've seen a show start and then end, but this one just feels so different. Like it was there when I really, really, really needed it. I just I can't thank Matt and the crew enough for making such an amazing show.
All right. Thank you, Nick. And yeah, I love this finale. I love this show, and I love all the people I got to meet along the way, and yeah, this show, yeah, this is this is I've been in fandoms in the past, like mostly as like an observer, so like this show kind of like changed changed me, and I never imagined myself like the day Amphibia aired, I was like I was just like I was working like in my backyard on like an interlock, and just like a hard days of work after like I during my summer break, and then just like getting home and just like that relief after like a long day, just to like watch this show just for comfort. It's like that was nice. It was great. And then I got more involved and want to talk about it a little bit more, and all of a sudden it's like I ended up reading a lot about the show and how I went from making memes to becoming a moderator on the subreddit. Like I still don't know how that happened, and then I met people on the Discord, and then all of a sudden I'm making a podcast, and it's wild. And I'm so grateful that all this happened. And I guess for whoever's listening, this isn't the end of the podcast, by the way. We still have a couple of season 2 episodes left.
Yeah.
Like everything from
Yeah. We're starting from where?
I guess
We're
before,
just in the moment.
I think
I
it's
guess
Scavenger Hunt all the way to After the Rain.
before I
God.
get to like the podcast talk stuff, I'm super grateful for the Amphibia crew and Matt and everyone who worked on it for making such like a wonderful show to talk about, and it's great. And yeah, this was a fantastic finale, and the episodes we have left. So discussion about the podcast, like this is if you're listening to this for the first time, like we have a
Hello,
couple of
welcome.
episodes left from the planners check-in to After the Rain. After that, I haven't really finalized what I want to do with this, but I do want every episode of Amphibia deserves all the praise and love in the world, and I do intend to like finish what I started. So like last year, but after that, like I'll finalize something and what I want to do. But until then, thanks for listening, and see you guys next time. Say goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye. Bye. Thank you for listening.
Bye.
Goodbye.
everybody.
See you guys.
Thanks for listening.
Bye.
See ya.